quality of the work, the minds, the skill, the talent, the commitment that went into it. That's what really matters.
Over the last 27 years, Concorde has captured the imagination of people from all over the world. An extraordinary feat of engineering, a unique blend of power, grace, and beauty.
First time I've ever been in the air. Never driven it going in because I'm retired.
I am thrilled. Every single cell in my body is thrilled.
Words found me so incredible. Wonderful experience.
What are you going to tell your school friends when you get back to school on Monday?
Well, trying to find a way of getting them to believe me.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. Welcome aboard.
Welcome to Concorde and our supersonic operation from London's Heathrow to New York's John F. Kennedy. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen. We're through Mark 1, the speed of sound, no bumps, no bangs. Concorde.
There's the view of New York from the Triborough Bridge. There's the Sydney Opera House, and there's Concorde, arguably the three most beautiful man-made sights in the world.
We have carried the Queen Mother, world leaders, stars. It has been an amazing magnet.
Phil Collins had dashed from the Wembley stage to Philadelphia by helicopter and Concorde.
It's good fun. I mean, only a fool such as I would do this.
For 27 years, British Airways Concorde has been a national symbol, a natural centerpiece for celebration.
A few hundred feet over the heads of 1 million people, maybe more. Concorde and the Red Arrows fill the sky.
We flew down the Mall and you could see Her Majesty standing on the balcony. I've never seen 1 million people before, let alone them all looking up and waving and cheering for Concorde.
She's brought cities together, brought people closer, and reminded us all that we can do extraordinary things.
You kind of think, oh, I wonder who might be on Concorde, maybe a famous film star who's just signed a contract in New York or something.
Catherine Zeta-Jones is an absolute star, so glamorous, so Hollywood. Paul McCartney's probably everyone's favourite. He will say hello and he remembers us. Oh, Richard Gere. I've loved him since I was about 5.
You can always recognise it, and it looks like a swan. You know, when swans fly, it looks like a swan with the shape of its neck.
It's the most brilliant example of far-sighted designers, thought ahead and kept a lead for half a century.
No matter how many times you fly, there still is that amazing, exciting sensation when you take off.
Every day is a thrill. By the time the passengers come on board, the air is absolutely charged with excitement.
Speedboat Concorde 1, you're clear for takeoff. 27 left, surface wind, 240 at 10. Speedboat Concorde 1, roger, clear for takeoff, 27 left.
It's a thrill. It's the nearest thing I'll ever feel to a rocket.
Power starts to bite, push back into your seat.
Speed's building.
You're concentrating like mad.
60 knots.
The noise takes over.
100 knots. That's it.
Heart starts to pound a bit.
V1. Rotate. V2. Positive climb.
For 27 years, she has been our flagship, and her inspiration will stay with us as we take our standards of service still higher and higher.
Hello everyone, welcome then. We're down here on the ground at London's Heathrow Airport, and I want to say very hello to everyone. I hope we're all doing very well. Our first stream back in the new year, so happy 2023 to everyone. I'm just finishing up sorting out a couple more bits and bobs on the computer here, so we're just doing a bit of sightseeing here. We're at London Heathrow in the Tail Sims new scenery for the airport, so very excited to be flying with this lovely new scenery. This scenery does allow us to see some of the most detail, I think, for any simulator of the Heathrow airport. We've got some cool Hilton here, and then sadly a grim sight at the end of the runway. Concorde retired there, so not us today though, but we will make our way over to T4, where we are currently there, with a couple of other Concordes also joining us today, which is fantastic. So thank you very much to everyone joining us today. Just getting the overlay set up, bear with me. I'm still getting, you know, used to doing the slick transitions and everything, so, you know, at the start it all goes a bit crazy. That's that's still me getting used to it. Right, hold on. There we go. Yep. No, we don't want the Christmas tree. When it's not Christmas tree. Right. Right, open overlay. Yep. Which one is this one? Hello. Right, Christmas tree. Let's get rid of the Christmas tree. Unfortunately, it is no longer. Let's get rid of that. There we go. So, I hope we're all good then. Let's make our way over to the aircraft. Mito, hello. You're joining us today. Oh, fantastic. Come join us then. So it's quite a grim, wet day here at Heathrow. You can see there's an Air China 737 just taking off beneath us there. There we go. High-speed departure there. It's pretty wet, as I say, pretty wet and miserable here at Heathrow. So our flight today should be good fun as we jet off. You can see the rain effects on Concorde as we get over there. You'll see how amazing they are. But the texture quality for, I think, Tail Sims is one of the best in any sim, really. So here we are, the little nest of Concordes. There we are. We're in, as you voted for on Discord, the BOAC livery for Concorde. She never operated this livery, however, it was planned to when BOAC were when the Concorde was initially planned in the 50s. BOAC immediately put forward some interest, and this was the livery they would have sported on the aircraft. We'll have a bit of a look later when we're in the air properly. And then here we've got the Chatham Dockyard one, flown by our friends here off the side. So nice. This is the typical British Airways, you know, flagship sort of service one, which we see. When are we pushing back? We'll be pushing back shortly. We've got to do our little bit of startup then. We'll get going. Sorry, we're keen to go. So, welcome to the flight deck of our Concorde. If you've been watching the tutorial and you have any questions, let me know through the stuff here. We've got some clearances and bits and bobs to get. So I am just still sorting us out here. Right, our QNH is going to be 9908. So we can just plug that in quickly. 99. Oh, it doesn't die. We have to drag. There we go, 9908. Right, and let's get our stuff on. So I've done the initial preliminary cockpit checks. I've set up the aircraft. I've set the INS to the aligned position. They finished aligning there. You can see the green light. So we can set them to their nav position. Now they're in their nav, we can complete the rest of the startup. We've still got to put in the INS checks. And so before we start engines, that's the final bit we've got to do. Turn on our master CBs and SSL systems. And now we're going to quickly lob in our stuff. Let me know in Discord. Will do. Wished a bit so early. No worries. No worries, I'll let you in Discord, yeah, as soon as we're getting going. Right, let's quickly lob in our waypoints then. So, dialing it round to the waypoint selection one, we'll start to go into our waypoints. So, number 1, Compton, 5129, decimal 5, 1295, west, 00113.2. Cool. That's waypoint 1, and waypoint 2 is Malby, which is 5135. Decimal 6, and it's going to be west 00203. All these can be found in the description below, and in the Concorde and in our Discord server, which you can join through the links as well, where we have all the routes for all Concordes. So coming back from Kennedy, going across to Barbados. Ooh, thunder I just heard there, and all the other good routes that Concorde just fly. So if you want to know them too, go check them out through the Discord in the links below. We've got a oceanic control online as well as Heathrow, so we're going to have to call up for Heathrow, and then we're going to have to call for our oceanic clearance as well, which should be a bit interesting. I've been a bit rusty on the oceanic stuff, so it might be a bit dodgy, but it could be good fun. So we'll have to see how that goes. Waypoint 5, waypoint 6, we're getting there. Waypoint 7 is north 5050, west 00203. 2000. Cool. Waypoint 8 we've got going in there. It's going to be north 5030. It's going to be west 030. And then finally waypoint 9 is north 4916. This will 0 west 0400. Good, that is us done then. So insert that as our final bit of waypoints inserted so we can continue on our way down through. So radar message set to rad, clock set to chrono. Looking into the back then, our fuel heaters need to go onto the auto position. Secondary air tours to auto, and the recirculation valve shut. Brake fans need to be off, and our ground hydraulics need to be off too. And we check our batteries are on, which they are, to the normal position. The INS we've confirmed it's finished alignment, so we're all done with that. Our ASI and pitch bugs are all good. Clock is set to the chrono position, and the briefing will start to go through now. But the rain's coming down heavily now. Good chance to see the rain effects though. It's looking really good. It's one of the nice new features. So Heathrow, we are going to be taxiing out from our lovely stand over here, 421, out to the holding point will be 27 left. It will be via Victor and Sierra 01. 27 left is in use for departure today. And our departure then, so it's going to be the Compton 3 Golf off runway 27 left, as we always do in Concorde, so 113.6 on the INS, or sorry, on the rad nav stuff. It's going to be 256 on the radials, and then off to 268 once airborne. It's going to be that heading across to the Woodley, where we'll then be intercepting the 11435 from Compton, which I'll just put on his side so that I know what I'm looking for. On 281. Initially then it's going to be 6,000, which we'll put in there. It's going to be 250 knots. Let's cool up for clearance. So, radios, click the blue to turn them on, and then dial in the frequency you want. So for today it's going to be 11975, 119.725.
Speed 740, will be ready to 740, reback correct.
Not really sure about clearance to that. How's V3 KC? It's going well. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's really good, KC. It's really, really good. It's fun playing. So we're going to be looking forward to doing that. Let's get our clearance in. Not really close on clearance net. No worries. We'll I'm going to give it my go, and then you can see if I get it right or get shouted at, and we'll see how it goes.
Speedbird 119, ready for taxi, please.
Someone's going first, then we'll go.
Speedbird 119, taxi by Bravo, hold up Lockheed. Bravo for Lockheed, Speedbird 119.
Heathrow Director, Speedbird Concorde 3 on stand 421. Requesting Wi-Fi clearance to Kennedy, please. We have information Charlie on board.
Concorde 3, thanks, Pacific Kennedy, Compton 3 Golf, squawk 4733.
Clear to Kennedy, Compton 3 Golf, squawk 4733, Speedbird Concorde 3.
Concorde 3, correct.
Cool, squawk. So that's just a standard clearance, as you would normally. I'm just going to put on no Charlie so I don't forget. Right, so that is our normal clearance done on the Compton 3 Golf as we were expecting. Now we're going to tune to Nat, who is 1319. So we'll put that in. I think you do it on the ground, as far as I remember. So, oceanic clearance. Right, let's knock over to this guy. So I believe it's Shanwick. Just check. Yep. Shanwick radio, Speedbird Concorde 3.
Speedbird Concorde 3, standby.
We've got to standby, so we'll hold on. So we're contacting on the ground here. We're going to get our pre-clearance so that when we enter his airspace, he knows where we're coming through. Whilst he's doing this, let's get our V-speeds in by clicking there. I'm going to set the bug to 250 so that we know where our overspeed limit is. And we are pretty much happy with that. Our anti-collision lights can go on.
Speedbird Concorde 3.
Go.
Hello, good afternoon. Partial message.
Good afternoon, Speedbird Concorde 3. Request clearance to Kennedy, please, via track Sierra Mike. We're estimating our Heathrow departure at time 1330 Zulu, and estimating entry point Leslu at time 1400 Zulu, Speedbird 3. See if it gives us a clearance. I think this is right. You're right, still just Roger standby. Okay, let's hang on here. Let's see how this goes. Right, so we're waiting for our clearance if you're just joining us. We've messaged him, or we've contacted him, and he's just given us. So, Let's turn on our feed pumps whilst we're waiting. We'll head back to Heathrow in a minute to get the rest of our stuff.
Canada Oceanic Speedbird Concorde 1, we are ready to pass our final position report before we head into domestic. Concorde 1, Roger, stand by, I will call you back in 45 seconds. Speedbird 1, standing by.
I'm just checking my overhead panel. Let's get rid of some of the catering trucks whilst we're at it here. We're pretty much done. Let's get rid of these catering trucks and the cargo stuff.
Concorde 1, partial position report.
We'll close this door.
Canada Radio Speedbird 1.
We've got the gate connected, so that's why I've got that front door open.
50 west will be
oh, we've got 4 Concordes now.
2 minutes at 13:11 Zulu. Flight level 58.
Okay, so yeah, no worries. We'll wait for you, Mito. We're still sorting ourselves out here. Trying to get this clearance in. Let's see how it goes. Right, hold on. Here we go. Here we've got Speedbird 4. Goodness me, we are the full clan. We've got Speedbird 3, Speedbird 1, Speedbird 4, and Speedbird 7, all Concordes today. Say hello if you're in the chat. If you're flying with us, we'd love to know who you are.
Concorde 1, Kenda copies, passing Sierra Mike 50 west, flight level 5 and 3, estimated.
Let's see if we're cleared when he gives us off then.
Time 1330 Zulu.
Okay, he's given Speedbird 1, who's doing this position report. Let's see if he clears us for our track.
Radio Speedbird 1, read back correct. Confirm that time in, it's Sierra Mike 53 whiskey in 24 minutes.
We'll wait till we're clear to return to our previous frequency because he could still be dealing with our clearance here.
We'll know when the
POC, oh yeah, of course. Are you Speedbird 1 to our right there? Are you flying that one? Let's see. I'm just going to quickly ask him if we're cleared because I'd like to return to Heathrow here.
Speedbird Concorde 3, Speedbird Concorde 3, Shamak Oceanic.
Shamak Oceanic, Speedbird 3, go ahead, sir.
Speedbird 3, Shamak Oceanic clears Speedbird 3 to New York Kennedy via Sierra Mike 15 Whiskey, Concorde track Sierra Mike. From Sierra Mike 15 Whiskey, maintain block flight level 450, flight level 600, Mach decimal 2.
Cleared to Kennedy via the Sierra Mike 15 Whiskey, Sierra Mike Concorde route. From Sierra Mike 15 Whiskey, we're cleared to block from flight level 450 to 600, maintain Mach 2, Speedbird to Concorde 3.
Concorde 3, read back is correct. You can contact me at Sierra Mike 15 Whiskey.
We'll contact you at Sierra Mike 15 Whiskey, Speedbird Concorde 3. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, Sierra Mike 15 Whiskey is going to be waypoint 6. So if I'm going to hop into the flight deck now, so waypoint 6, I'm making a note to myself here.
Speedbird 1, position Sierra Mike 50 west at 13.
Cool, right, so explain what I did there. I told him, damn it, literally didn't do a shit. That's alright. Tell you what, let me drop this link in that I'm using to help me give some stuff. This is the real secret behind why I know what I'm doing. Drop that in. Right, we go on that. That's how I'm using. It tells you how to do it all. But essentially, what I did there was just tell him the routing we'd like, the altitude we'd like it to fly at, and at our speed. So let's head back over to Heathrow. Bit loud. Let me know the sound levels are all right. Okay, cool. So we've got our clearance in. We're all ready to go. Let's start setting up our rest of our briefing. So we'll set the climb rate to about 2,000 feet per minute. We've got our QNH of 998 confirmed in. Our autopilot we set up earlier. We've done our master CBs and anti-stall systems all checked and confirmed. Got our seatbelt signs on and our evaluation activation is armed for when we get the engines running. Our engine feed pumps are on. Let's turn on our cross bleeds and engine bleed valves. So there you go, all go on. This is part of our before start checklist. So we're going to open the start valve, but first we need to just get our clearance.
Speedbird 179, requesting push and start.
Just wait for the rest of see if everyone's going. Amito, are you happy for us to try and get push, or are you still trying to load in? Let me know how it's going.
170 Yankee, turn right heading 240 degrees, want to establish localized here, descend glide path 27 right.
Speedbird 1, if you want to go ahead of us, so now I suppose would be a good time to push, and then we'll push behind you, I guess. Or if you wanted to wait, that's up to you.
EGLL and turn right heading 18, EGLL Speedbird 28.
28, descent to altitude 4,000 feet.
1,000 feet, Speedbird 28.
Let's see, let me know, Mito, how if you're ready to go. But essentially, yeah, so this is BOAC livery. It's, you can download it just online if you just Google it. I neglected to put the link in, so I do apologise for that. But this is, as I said earlier, the livery that we would have worn if Concorde had remained under BOAC and British Airways when they merged. As a result, I think it's a shame we didn't get to see such a lovely livery flown in real life. I think it's a really nice looking plane. But you know what, it's pretty cool. I think the dark colours are problems.
283 Heathrow, clear to Los Angeles, Compton 3 Golf departure, squawk 7505.
Fantastic, just got a message from
Los Angeles, Compton 3 Golf, squawk 7505, speedbird 283.
170 Yankee, descent altitude 2,500
got a message from the Speedbird 001 who's currently crossing the Atlantic. He's looking forward to meeting us there, so that should be good. Right.
Turn right heading 210
well,
degrees.
I tell you what, let's try and get this back there. Anything from me to
544 kilo from November Bravo 3, runway 27 left, 190 degrees.
I'm opening up Sam here, I'm just going to get rid of this gate.
Bravo 3, clear takeoff 27 left, speedbird 544 kilo.
Let's get released, see if we can get rid of the gate.
740, stand 521, rocket push and start.
Let's go.
740, start 521, face east, push and start approved.
Not sure how to make it disconnect, and how to make it connect. Not sure how to make it disconnect.
119 by November Bravo 2 Echo, line up, runway 27 left, there will be one intersection departure ahead.
5 November Bravo 2 Echo, line up 27 left, caution the intersection departure ahead, speedbird.
Well, if we go on the control panel, let's get the doors closed.
Good afternoon, Virgin 20 Victor, heading 060 250 knots.
In 20 Victor, Heathrow, hello, landing runway 27 left, information, correction 27 right, information Delta.
27 right with Delta,
Trying to see if I can get it to
Victor.
disconnect the gate.
474 kilo, contact London, 129, 425, bye-bye.
All doors and hatches are closed, ready to connect, set parking
129, 425, thanks for the service plane.
No, gate won't disconnect. Alright, we'll just push back and get rid of it then. Right, I've been asked to set the parking brake by the chief, so we'll set the parking brake there. Let's get our clearance. Let's get our clearance to push, I guess, then. And we're only going in the corner here in 40.
Voyager 427, taxi right on Lima, hold November Bravo 3. You got stepped on, say again? Right on Lima,
so we're stepping on going here, it's busy radio frequency.
Right on Lima and hold at Bravo 3.
Well, hang on. Okay, so whilst we're in the back here, we can start to light up one of our own sheet models here. So we'll light up one.
Camrn 380, hello, descent level 90, landing 27 right.
Descent level 90, landing runway 27 right. So connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
179, request taxi IFR.
Right, let's get our push clearance. So we're all ready to go. Oh goodness me, that was the weather, if you can hear that in Xplane 12. Fantastic, got thunder going on. It's not quite so grim, I don't live that far from Heathrow, and it's not so grim here, but I believe it if that's what it's saying. Right.
Hold at Loma,
Shift G,
Lima,
thank you.
Oscar, Mike Alpha November.
Speedbird 9, right on Alpha and hold Loma.
Thanks so much, Casey. I think let's go on.
Rock 380, leave Ockham heading 070 degrees.
Right, let's get ready to go. So, let's go. Heathrow Director, Speedbird Concorde 3, ready for push and start.
Concorde 3, push and start approved.
Push proof, good 3, thank you. Right, into the deck then. We'll start the first two engines on stand, so we'll start at number 2 now as well. You can see it starting to rise there, the N2. And over on the overhead, we're just going to flick on the fuel valve. Looking to the overhead then, I've got my anti-collision lights on now as we're starting to get, as we've got power on the aircraft, need to be aware. We're looking to go. It's the equivalent of a beacon light, for example. We'll wait for this engine to start, and once it has, we'll be ready to go. Engine 3 has started in the meantime, so we'll turn on our hydraulic valves and our gens, and we'll close the electrical SSB. So and we're happy we are good with that engine. Engine 2's just finished starting, so we can turn on the hydraulic valves and the electrics and the boost valves, and we can release our heart brake. So push this back.
Takeoff 27 left, speedbird 119.
Roger 427, looks like you missed November Bravo 2, you can just line up now, runway 27 left. Line up, runway 27 left.
It's a busy frequency, guys. Where have we spawned in? We've gone into a crazy place. Right, automatic. Selected. Clear off. We're moving. Brakes are released. Right, he said he was starting pushback. There we go, he's rolling. We're rolling away. The jet bridge is, oh god, it's still coming with us. It's still trying to go.
5, clear to San Francisco, Umlaut 1 Gulf departure, squawk 7273. 285.
Oh, dropped my mouse. Right, plane's pushing back. Which means we are ready to go. Oh. Thank you very much to whoever that was. Thanks very much for the sub. Ah, Captain Powell Mitri, thanks very much. Welcome aboard. Stand by me, I've got to grab my mouse.
Director, feedback 28, any speed? 28, free speed. Free speed, feedback 28. Camrn 380, descent flight level 80, speed 220.
Sorry, I bumped into my microphone as I was doing that. Right.
Flight level 80 and 220.
Plane is pushing back in the rain. Oh my god, there's loads of Concords now, there's 5 of us.
Voyager 427, runway 27 left, clear for takeoff. 27 left, clear for takeoff, Voyager 427 heavy.
Crikey guys, there's a lot of Concords here. Right, let's get the next engine starting up. Engine 4, let's get rolling. In case you're wondering what these models are, I downloaded them and they mean the aircraft sits a little bit further back than we would prefer to have it sitting back, sort of on the pushback stuff. But it does mean it looks very nice.
Reducing 180, Virgin 20 Victor.
Oh, there goes the 74.
Left heading 060 degrees, descent to altitude 4,000 feet,
747 very nice. So it means that if they are actually on stand, but they look like they're hanging off, they're not. They just look like that for us, but they're not actually doing that. We'll get the fuel valve on for engine 4 as it starts. Been asked to set parking brake. We will oblige. So parking brake set. Now we have some hydraulic power. I'm going to lower the visor, but not the nose. Into the back then, engine 4 hydraulics go on. And now we have 3 engines running, we can turn on the gens for galley. Turn on the boost conditioning valve for engine 4, which means we can shut the cross speeds for that hand side of the aircraft. Cool, right. Let's get the next couple of engines started.
190 knots, Camrn 30.
Cubic 28, clear to land 27 right, 190 degrees 15.
Clear to land 27 right, speedback 28.
Voyager 427, contact London, 119er 775. 119er 725, Voyager 427, greetings from California.
Oh, it's raining again. So Concorde, unfortunately, has no windshield wipers. So all we have to do is turn on the de-ice and hope it doesn't freeze up when we're ready. So later on we'll turn off the de-ice just to make sure it's still safe. We'll get a fuel valve on for that engine as it finishes up at the start. 3 engines started then at this point, so we are in a good start position at this point. We can open a quickly with our checklist to see what's going on. This is where the name of these checklists goes a little bit weird. Oh no, we've lost the Concorde. Electrical SSB is closed, the shed galleys are on, and the taxi lights. We do this before taxi, really. That's our before taxi checklist. It is very, very busy, so let me know how it's all going. Right, that is them, all engines started up. He's now disconnecting, so we'll get our boost conditioning valve on, shut the cross bleeds, turn on the hydraulics, turn on the generators. And now our before taxi checklist means we're going to turn on the taxi lights for that engine. And once he's cleared off, we'll lower the nose. That is pretty much us ready to go now at this point. We'll now look at our before taxi checklist as well, as it's sort of, you have to do the both of these first. So we'll do a quick flight control check. I'm happy we've got good flight controls there moving. The engine anti-ice is off. Engine control schedule needs to go to flyover. Direct to the left. The engine idle switches are into the low position here. And the engine number 4 limiter is in 88%. Brakes checked, trims are checked. We are all ready to go. So, let's get our taxi clearance and get shifted. He's left us, so we can lower the nose. Let's get our taxi out, guys, if we're ready to go. Parking brake has been released. We're good to go. Let's get our quick clearance.
1031, flight level 90, speed 240 knots.
I've been told not to enter his airspace before 40, time 1340, so we're 2 o'clock, so let's see. Speedback Concorde 3 ready for taxi.
Altitude 3,000 feet.
Oh, I stepped on them, my bad.
You're stepped on descent 3000, Camrn 380.
Speedback Concorde 3 ready for taxi.
Speedback Concorde Concord 3, right Sierra, hold Sierra 1.
Right Sierra, hold Sierra 1, Speed 3. Cool. Let's get out of this airspace, it's so busy. Okay, a bit of power. Lots of power applied then.
Left turn heading 300
Lots of power to get the aircraft rolling, as it doesn't like to roll off when we're sat here so heavy. So, it's starting to move then. And now we're moving. We'll idle throttle. That Concorde ahead of us is not actually pushed, so don't worry about him. We're just going to have to cut through him slightly, but he's not actually there, so that's all good. The power to keep us rolling, just testing the nose, we're steering is working nicely there. We're all good. And we're rolling, people, we are on our way to Kennedy. So, our taxi checklist then, as we're moving. We need to now put our cargo transfer using the flight engineer into the takeoff position. We're trimming for takeoff here. Our rating mode is needs to go to takeoff, as we're doing on the top here. Takeoff, climb. The drain master heaters need to go on, they are on. Engine flight ratings and climbs here, pressure settings need to go on, and ADS engine pro features are already set on. The engine N4 limiter is at 88%, we can check that, it's in the back here. 88% is set there. Our fuel panel is set, we've got no warning lights on the overhead there. We're all happy, and we'll start to set our D-air pumps in tank 11 and 10 in the top here, and we'll set these transfer pumps to the auto position in the part there. That is that, we'll do a quick turn here, I don't know if we missed the turn.
4180 Skyways 213.
Outside view, have a look at the lovely Concorde taxiing out now. We're in Xplane 12 of course, so in the V3, which means we've got some lovely new external features and text has been added to the aircraft, and an amazing interaction with the water effects in Xplane 12. We're back up to our cohort of 5 Concordes. Fantastic achievement.
Thanks, if you can just recalibrate your microphone, you're very, very quiet compared to everybody else.
Right, so I'm just going to slow down our taxi route because now it's not to go too quickly by the Shamrock controller, and with other Concordes as well, I don't want us to disappear off. So, all the fuels are on, the brake fans are on, the engine control should sit in the flyover position. We're just making our way out. We'll do our before takeoff checklist then, so we need our alarm lights on, transponder will be set, the brake temperature is confirmed there's nothing there, autopilot warnings are fine. Takeoff monitor we can arm now. I don't want to turn on the afterburners until we're on the runway. And the radar is on, so we are ready to go. Guys, how are we doing over on the stand? Let me know what's going down. We are just making our way out, so we've got our V-speeds set up. Control schedules set to the flyover position, landing lights and brake fans are all on, the cross speeds are off, and fuel rating is set. We'll get on our turn off lights and landing lights, because there's no one in front of us and it's quite dark with the lighting here, especially in this rain at Heathrow, so we want to have good lights on.
KLM 1031, descent flight level 80.
Brilliant. Great. Climb rate's all good, altitude seems all good.
Good 28, second left Alpha, hold November 5 Whiskey, hold short of runway 27 left.
Second left Alpha and then November 5 Whiskey, hold short
right, good power. We'll just get ourselves ready to line up. We can see a plane landing there. What's that? A lovely 2E787, wow. Don't see them often, that's nice.
Approach, good afternoon, Concorde, Speedbird 5, information out on board, at stand 417, the age 997, best fastness to JFK.
First, Skyways 210, turn right heading 240 degrees, when established, localize your descent glide path 27 right, speed 180.
Cool. We've seen that guy landing, see the old Concorde over there, green sight for us here. But not us today, so back to power, let's just bit of power, we'll line up on here. Yeah, KC, if you were looking at V3, I'd definitely recommend it. It's a good little aircraft thing. And for the small upgrade through from V2 to V3. Oh, line up 27 left, Speedbird Concorde 3. Small upgrade fee, I can't recommend it enough. Right, a bit of power then, let's get lining up. So we'll arm the burners as we make our line up here. I'll sort out our final bit of departure stuff, we are all good, landing lights are all on. We are ready to rumble. Take monitor has been armed, pitch index is set. So, in the real Concorde, you won't have to apply any nose pressure downwards on departure, as delta wings don't really produce much lift until the rotation point. However, for the Colimata Concorde, it bumps a little bit down the runway, so I like to apply a little bit of nose pressure forward, just to hold that nose down a bit. Keep us on the runway and stop the large bounces. We sometimes get, we don't always get them. And if we do get them, I don't want to run the risk necessarily of sort of getting an early rotational flare, which we might get. Lining up, then we got 747 down the end of the runway. An A321 coming over here. Here we go, people. We're lining up and we are ready to go. Here we go. Concorde's lining up. Bit of power there just to get us running up there. Fantastic sight. The tail model scenery working beautifully. Right, we're holding. Auto ignition, auto throttle. I can't believe I missed that. I need to go. Braking there, I'm just holding still on the runway. In the back, I'll just do a quick check if I've missed that. I'm going to miss something else too. Right, normal, that's all good. Fly over, yeah, we're all fine. Right, we're holding. Let's hold here, guys. Let's get some full throttle. Let's get ready to go. So, he's zipping across. Wow, he said expedite, but he is really expediting now. Crikey. Wow.
Straight ahead, hold November Bravo 2 Echo.
Here we go, people.
22 November, turn left heading 120 degrees.
We're jetting into the sky in Concorde.
Heading 120,
set my view up and ready to go.
1031, right heading 240, cleared out at 27 right. Right 240, clear 27 right, clear KLM 1031. Airways 210, speed 160 knots to 40 ME.
There's someone transmitting there.
Skyways 200.
Oh, it's busy.
Concorde 3, 27 left, clear for takeoff, 190 degrees, 15 knots.
Clear for takeoff on my 27 left, speed for Concorde 3. Okay, people, here we go. 3, 2, 1, now. Chrono set, afterburners kicking in. Big burst there. Holding at 6.
Straight ahead, Echo, hold Echo 1.
Speed's building slow.
Right ahead on Echo, hold Echo 1.
Building very slowly there, wow. 60 knots. Building. Bit of shuffle down the runway. Right, try and hold it central. 130 knots. Power's set, we're all good. A lot of rain over there. V1. Ballistic pressure, I can relax that bit. Ready and rotate. Very late rotation here off the runway. Lots of pitch up, getting it to 10 degrees or so. Holding it there. Holding it there. Positive rate, right. Gear up. Continue the pitch to attain 2,000 feet coming in. 15 degrees or so here. Big trim up. 250, ready for noise abatement. There goes the noise abatement procedure. 250 knots required. We have to lower the climb rate there and hold our current heading. Whoa, drops a lot there. Try and stay in a climb as you're doing this. So I failed to do that.
Contact London 129 and 425.
129 at 425, speed 3.
For director, hello, shuttle 13 hotel, heading 140, descending 10.
Yep, that's a bad idea.
Right, 045, speed 3 and
crazy, right? Oh, dropping there suddenly. Right. 10 degrees or so. Keep the pitch up, we're descending slightly there. Bags power, let's get there. Right, turning left 256 radial from the London VOR. It's come down to 256 there. 256 heading selected.
First, speed of 39 Papa X-ray, contact.
We're then going to make our right turn 268 at 70.
119 at decimal 775, speed of 39 Papa X-ray.
Ladder control, speed of Concorde 3 with you.
Concorde 3, London, hello to you, climb now flight level 150.
Climb now flight level 150, speed of 3.
Speed of 609 Delta, descend flight level 80.
A little bit. There goes the 17, altitude quiet, track heading, autopilot 1.
167, left heading 32.
There we go. That'll give us a bit of help around this corner. So, good climb through 2,000. We've got about 1,500 feet per minute on the vertical speed. Just trying to hold us there. We'll turn off the takeoff monitor now, and I'm going to turn off the taxi lights and turn-off lights, keeping the landing lights on. Climb through 2,000, and on our 268 heading along. We're going to prime up Compton on 11435. And we need a heading of 281 on that one. As that starts to come across, we'll intercept it. Moshi, hey! Explain what's better than I thought it does, didn't it? We're piling through the rain though here. The only thing I am getting, which is a bug, which you saw in my tutorial videos, I'm getting this trim warning. Because I need bags and bags of trim just to hold the nose. Which is a bit crazy, seems well.
Next to the company, thank you. Bye-bye, There's a Ryanair checking it. Ryanair 83 Tango London. Hello, climb flight level 29.
Okay, here we go. We're coming across. We're going to be intercepting that from Compton. We're a little bit off to the left, so what I'm going to do is just dial our heading slightly left.
Heading 320.
Bring us on to the right heading. We've been cleared flight level 150, so we're going to request high speed here just to see if we can get into the climb.
42 Victor Alpha maintained 180 knots until 6 at DMA.
Turn off on landing right to the left side.
We've got Concorde 3, there's no speed restriction.
Speed 3, thank you very much.
59 Tango, Unicom 123.
Hey, we can go high speed basically, no speed restriction. Right. 300 knots, we're dialing up there, we'll start increasing. We can set the QNH now to 1013 as we're passing through our transition altitude there. And we can increase the climb rate slightly there to about 2,000 feet per minute with the speed slightly higher. It works with that. We're going to bring the nose up, not the visor. Streamlining Concorde for high-speed flight. Very busy frequencies here, so sorry about that. The radar's not quite coming in yet. There's still a little bit of a way. Dial ahead, slightly further left. With 300 knots there. Wow, that is loud. There's a lot of people on board. Right, our tip tanks are still got some good fuel in there after departure, and they were running that still. Everything seems all fine. Everything's all clean, we're all good. Coming up to 7, I've still got the visor down just because we're below 10,000, so we don't really want to be unable to see out properly, so we're going to keep that down for a little bit. That radial's starting to come in, so I'm going to hit VOR lock. It should turn right. If we get the flight directors up, we can see what it's asking to do. There we go, it's going right. Turn on his 2. There we go, we're continuing through 8,000 then. Happy with that.
90 Alpha Lima, hello to you, climb flight level 100.
I've been informed not to pass 15 west before 200 Zulu. 15 west is well after our Supersonic Acceleration, so that should be fine. Right, we can bring the visor up now.
105, that's again flight level 290.
Here we go, see the rain effects, you can see it'll start streaking out as we lock that up.
Until 4 DME.
Coming through 10,000 now, I'm going to increase our speed to 350 knots. Make sure our landing lights are off. AC is very loud, Roger Dodger. We'll turn that down a little bit.
Roger, just continue for now. Contact the tower controller 124. That's
wind noise coming through, so. What that is.
Z42 Victor Alpha, contact tower 124.
Yeah, that wind noise. I wonder what that is. Oh, Concorde's struggling here, we've got a lot of wind. Right, we're on the VOR lock coming towards Compton, getting ready to switch to our INS navigation. A lot of wind there.
882597, the heading was 105, I'm not sure which way you're going at the moment. Just turn left now, direct Dover.
Just turn that down then a little bit for you. Right, we're doing 350 or so. Oh, plane's descending. Come on, up, up, up. Just going to disengage. Go manual. Oh, it won't trim. We're at maximum trim and it will not pitch up. Let's get the autopilot back on, see if it can sort itself out. It's not happy. We've got to keep the speed up. Let's get the speed up to punch through this weather. Switching to INS navigation now at this point. Continue on our INS. That's a weird loud noise. We're right in the thick of this weather is the problem. We just got to keep our climb, I think. Let's punch the climb. We're going down. Crikey, it's not happy. I don't know what's going on here. Hold on, guys, bear with me. I'm going to take manual control here. Get it up. That's full pitch back. We're exceeding V&E. We're going down. Good God. Let's get the field to a flight. There we go. Pitching it. Let's try and get that sorted out. Wow, that was that. Do you know what that was, guys? It was entirely my fault. I allowed the aircraft to start reducing as I did not trim for flight as rapidly as I should have done. Entirely my fault, so I do apologise. The aircraft's now racing back up to where we were. Have a look. The weather is really bad though. So what we just witnessed, I think we went through a microburst. That was insane. We had some serious wind shear. And I was unable to pitch the aircraft up. Incredible. That was pretty scary. Tell you what, I panicked myself there now. Is that a bit better for you, KC? I turned the ATC down a little bit, trying to get balance. Wow, that was whoa, that was scary. Right, we're out of the weather. Thank God for that. Goodness me. Do not want to be doing that again. That was bad. That was really bad. Okay, we're doing about a 6,000 feet per minute climb. And Supersonic Concorde 3 request further climb.
Concorde 3, sorry, I thought I handed you off already. 1228 for further, come on.
Oh, 1228, sorry, Supersonic 3. What's this, mate? Okay, we continue climb flight with 280.
Okay, 001, taxi Lima, Papa to Alpha November, hold down for 3.
Right, so we're continuing our sort of pre-supersonic acceleration. So all we're doing at this point then is continuing our climb, flight level 280, whilst making our way out. We're onto Unicom now, so things are getting a little bit quieter at this point, which is a welcome relief after that crazily busy departure. The air control schedule can go to normal now at this point, and I'm going to keep the brake fans on in case we have to make a diversion, which given what just happened I wouldn't be surprised. That was a crazy event. Right. Good. 317,000, then we're coming up to our supersonic. We get to really explore the lovely weather that we got available here in Xplane 12. It's fantastic.
Beautiful. Beautiful flight there, looking amazing. The livery, it's a real shame this aircraft never took off in BOAC livery. I think personally, I don't know how you guys feel, it looks amazing. I'm keeping the climb rate pretty punchy because we lost a bit of our performance there. We need to be accelerating at our a point of Kesup, which for today is waypoint 3. So we're just making our way through waypoint 2 now, so you can sort of start to get a bit of a need for acceleration there. Plane's running alright. If we head back into the cabin, see in our typical cabin seat view, everything seems all good. Be nothing to worry about, of course, in the and there isn't really. Where now you can see the speed coming through 0.86 at 22,100 feet. We're doing about 540 miles per hour there. And the temperature's minus 34 outside, so we've got all our heaters still online as we're trying to keep the aircraft's skin nice and warm. It'll warm up naturally as we start to get a bit higher. But until then, we want to keep everything nice and warm on board. Just going to get into the right place here. There's one of these seats has a window. There we go. This one. Please. Nice window seat. And I'm just saving that as a view. Okay, there we go. Cool, right, into the flight deck then. This is where the business end of things is happening. 25,000 feet then. Climb is going nicely at this point. We see, check on our little iPad just to check where we are. You can see we're on the route nicely there. But we don't need that, so let's not open that. Right, so through 26, I'm going to reduce our climb rate there, as we are climbing plenty quick enough. I've got 53 miles to run. So I'm going to reduce our climb rate just to reduce a bit of fuel burn there.
heaters are all still on. The aircraft is all still ready. We're preparing for our supersonic climb. So, we've been told we've got to pass through at least later. I've been messaging the NatWest controller. He wants us to pass through later than settings on Xplane. There's notification panel there. Let's disable that. Disable that. Anyway, so that's what I wanted to get rid of. There we go. Right, so yeah, what was I? I lost my train of thought. Oh, we're missing NatWest controller, and he wants us to make sure that when we're coming to our entry point of Leslu, we're then going to pass through the next waypoint 150 west at a time later than 1400 Zulu. I think, not sure, I think he wants us to do that because there's another Concorde on the route I haven't seen. I think it's an Air France Concorde on his way over. There's a lot of us on here today, a lot of us Concordes, so let me know how it's all going, guys. If you're still flying with us, say hello. I want to see how we're all going. We've got Speedbird 001 on his way Heathrow to JFK. He's en route. He's just rocking up here. We've got Speedbird 3, us, and then we've got a Speedbird 5 taking off from Heathrow currently. On the ground then still we have a Speedbird 4 and a Speedbird 7. So say hello everyone. Nice to see you all. Thanks very much for flying with us. Right, we're leveled off at 28,000 feet or so. And we've got 38 miles to run to our waypoint, so we're just sat hovering around 0.94, so I'm going to switch to Mach hold there at this point to keep the aircraft holding a good Mach. Just check my frame rate. Just teetering on the edge there, that's alright. Oh, we're just overspeeding there. This is why I often, rather than going to Mach hold for when we're here, I often like to just go to speed hold and get the speed so that we're doing 0.95. It's often more accurate, I find, if I do it myself. Godfrey Massa, hi. How you doing? Nice to see you. What's that? Here's site to INS. Yep, I think they're coordinated now. I must have just already done that. Cool. Right, we're on the INS navigation then. Waypoint 2 to 3. I've got 31 track miles to run. We're 61 away from Heathrow, so we're all good. And we're just checking our fuel usage here. We've got 83 tons of fuel on board. Plenty for this point in flight. We're fine. Concorde uses about 50% of the fuel to get up to cruise, give or take about 40. I say it's about 40% to get up to cruise, and then the rest of it to cruising. So quite a lot of fuel used just to get there. So there's no, don't panic necessarily. The descent uses barely any fuel, so we're always a bit much fuel on Concorde. Right. Fuel seems all good. 5A and 7A have been drained at this point as they're running out of fuel there, so we'll turn them off in a bit. 24 miles then, everything seems to be running okay. Just check, yeah. Alright, just got my frame rate there, making sure I'm not losing it. Yeah, I'm struggling to fly this aircraft. Yeah, I know. You should have seen slightly earlier in the stream before you hopped on, so was I. So it's certainly a tough bird to nail, isn't it? If you need any help, just drop us an ask on Discord, hop in, and if you need a VC or anything, let me know, and we'll be able to. I'll try and help out my best. This plane, I'm no genius. It's too much time I think spent on Vatsim. Yeah, it's a lovely plane though, so I really genuinely enjoy flying it. That's I think why I spend a lot of time flying it. The departure, I think, is one of the most tricky bits. If it's just such a quick rush of things, it's often better. Actually, you saw me there having to change the comms during the climb. A better suggestion would be to, before departure, ask the ATC controller, go, hey, what's my departure frequency once we're airborne, so that he'll know you've got to prime it up. Because in Concorde, it's very difficult to keep dialing this in. You want to switch it quickly when you're in the climb. I'm going to prime up NAT control, which is 131.9er. I'm going to prime him up because we're going to have to tune in with a position report soon, which should be a bit fun. So 12 miles from our acceleration point then. We've got 82 tons of fuel. We are all good. The engine's doing a lot of variation here, but the plane is flying nicely actually. It's flying very flat, which I'm very good at. We can check our winds up here. The winds are 204 at 74, so quite a lot of wind. Yeah, quite a lot of wind. And it's heading of 204, that wind, so it's coming sort of from our leftish, so that's why we're getting a bit of a wobble. Right, 7 miles. Turn off the auto throttle here. So that it holds us where we were. We're going to dial up 50,000 feet. Oh, we'll click altitude acquire, vertical speed, max climb mode, start to throttle up. I've done this a little bit early there. 5 miles or so to go still, that's fine. Throttling up to full. Max climb mode, engaging the reheat. Inboards. There comes in the kick there, and the outboards. The noise grows a little bit in the flight deck. Really starts to pitch up the aircraft there. As we go supersonic, you see the VSI jumping up and down, indicating that we have passed through the speed of sound. Mach 1.01. Beautiful. Absolutely amazing. 1.03 through 29,000 feet. We continue our climb. 640 knots there. I don't know what that one is, but 650. Mach 1.05. Speed increasing rapidly then. And our climb, we can see we're now in the turn through waypoint Kesup and making our way on to our next waypoint in Malby. Where do I get Concorde CSL? Not sure what you mean. Let me just, what do you mean by Concorde CSLs? I'm sorry, I'm not very good with the acronyms, can't quite remember. Would you mind elaborating for me? A heavy climb there as it's holding us right on the border. A little bit of a steep climb, it should start to lower it down a little bit. The idea of the max climb mode is to keep us going at a high rate. The tube glide arming does not work yet. I don't know. I haven't experimented quite that deep yet because using the Parkway visual, of course, I didn't get that problem of it not working. We'll find out. If you tune in later, I assume we'll be on the ILS into Kennedy, as I think the winds are not favouring the Parkway visual. So I assume we'll be on to a glide slope, and if it doesn't work, then you can see we'll have to use the vertical speed manually for that, I guess. But I'm not sure, so we'll find out then. So we've got full punching power there. Just check we're trimmed properly, as the plane's struggling to build up any altitude or speed here. In fact, we're actually descending slightly. That's interesting. It's still a very new aircraft, so there's still, I'm sure, some bits and bobs they haven't quite figured out sorting yet. But to be in a descent in max climb mode with the burners running is certainly interesting. The Vatsim model matchmaking. Oh yeah, I'll send it over for you. Sorry. They were originally for Xplane 11, but they seem to have come straight across to Xplane 12 absolutely fine. I'll drop them in the chat. So yeah, they weren't actually supposed to be for Xplane 12, but they seem to have worked quite well. Drop that into your CSL folder and it'll work fine. See there, we're just overspeeding slightly, so it's got to start climbing again. Quite a wobbly aircraft. That's what I've really found. My blunt opinion is the autopilot systems are very wobbly. The plane wobbles around quite a lot. It's not unflyable, but it's certainly a bit odd. Especially, it's a bit disconcerting actually when you're racing along with the burners on and everything. Certainly is a bit weird. I'm going to go quickly loud, get a screenshot there. So bear with me. Lovely. Nice screenshot there for the stuff. Through 1.2. We're going to have to use a lot of burner here. We've already used 4 minutes worth. Of course, we used a minute already departing. Still using Xplane 11. Oh yeah. Well, the V2, I think at the moment, the V3, which we're flying now, seems a little bit wobbly. As I say, some things like the Supersonic Acceleration are feeling a bit odd. The only reason I switch over is for the looks. I think currently I enjoy playing Xplane 12 because it looks like Microsoft Flight Sim, and yet I'm in an aircraft that's quite detailed, and I quite like that. And I prefer the interface, sort of, the fact that I've got like a normal mouse here rather than the Microsoft Flight Sim one. But yeah, Xplane 11, 100%, I love flying that sim, and the V2 is fantastic. I think that's really they're one of their best. So yeah, definitely. Yeah, well, hopefully those models, yeah, you just drop them in. The only problem with those Concorde models is they mean the aircraft are a little bit further back when you're on the ground. So, like, if they're on the stand, it'll look like they're just sort of tail out into the taxiway, which is a little bit annoying, but it means that when they are on approach, whatever, they look in the right place, because, of course, Concorde's centre is a bit weird, so for the model matchmaking, they have to be offset slightly. So I think it means they look a bit weird, but hey-ho, it's not too bad. I think it looks pretty good still. That's 5 minutes, and we're through 1.3. I took a little bit extra fuel today, as I found in testing between recording the video and now that it certainly uses a little bit more fuel than some aircraft would. So you know, it's certainly interesting to see. I've noticed it uses a little bit more fuel than it does in the V2. So going a little bit over what you think it should when you go in the flight preparation manual is certainly worth it. So it reckons we've got 2,800 nautical miles worth of fuel to go. I'm looking on my thing here, we've got 2,900 miles left of flight, so a little bit interesting. But as I say, we use so little in the cruise, I think we'll probably be ended up that levelling out. Yeah. So my first, not criticisms as it were, but my first sort of notes are aircraft uses a lot of trim on departure. Even with trim for takeoff, of course, which makes sense, you have to be. But then as soon as you're airborne, it looks like, especially in V3, you want to trim to flight as soon as possible. As it's got a lot of nose down weight, and you need a lot of up trim before you trim to flight. So once you trim to flight, it's fine again. It behaves like normally. But it looks like you have to trim to flight a lot earlier than we used to in our older V2. That's my first thing. A lot of wobbling with the autopilot. I think it's the interaction with the wind. It interacts a lot more fluidly than it does in Xplane 11. As in Xplane 11, it feels a bit like a brick. It's very sedate, the aircraft, whereas here it seems to interact quite heavily. So I think that's about it. Apart from that, we're loving it. See the clouds there, all looking lovely outside there. So we're just passing through waypoint 4 nearly. Waypoint 5 Leslu is our entry track. But is our entry point, but we actually are going to contact the NAT controller at waypoint 6, which will be 150 west. And then we'll estimate 20 west, 30 west, 40 west, 50 west, so on and so forth, until we leave his airspace. That's what we're looking for. You can see the weather radar there. It was heavy below, and now it's dropping off as we start to climb above the weather. Still some big clouds ahead of us. Look, we're only just peeking before pardon the noise. Yep. And there's some clouds still above us, so you can see we're getting towards it. But a fantastic visual on the outside of the plane. So we'll be heading out there later when it's a bit quieter. So we've gone through 1.3. I've not been paying attention here. We've got to check our ramps are moving. They're deploying nicely there. Deploying very well. You see the percentage deploying. Ramps, of course, breaking up the shock waves going into the engines and allowing the engines to intake air that's below supersonic. So that's all good. We'll turn off our brake fans then. As those ramps are now deploying, I'm happy the flight's going to continue normally. We're all good. So we can turn them off. Touch wood. We're coming up to Mach 1.6. Amito, you have to go to lunch. No worries, mate. See you in a bit. I think I'll probably have to in a minute too as well. But yeah, no worries. See you in a bit. Right. 1.7 then. We'll turn off our reheats in pairs. I've actually got the first officer off, but he would tell you to do that if you had him on. I have him off just because he annoys me slightly, because he keeps barking at me when I'm doing things. So I turned him off, but you can have him on and he'll then tell you to do stuff. So 1.7 then, the reheats go off, the aircraft remains in max climb mode as we continue our climb up to 50,000 feet. You can dial in 60,000 feet if you have confidence in the aircraft, as in theory at 50,000 feet it should go into Mach 2, and when you go through 50 you engage max cruise mode. Max cruise mode works in tandem with max climb. Oh, there you go. It's switched on the lighting. Deemed it's gone dark enough. I think that's automatic night lighting. Get rid of that. I didn't realise I had that on. Anyway, when you will climb flight level 600 first. Yeah. So when you pass through 50, I like to stop at 50 just for half a second or so. It means I have to work a little bit harder because the speed comes rushing up on me. But what it means is that I'm able to ensure visually that we're doing Mach 2 before I re-engage 60,000 feet. Personal preference, if you're happy to trust that it'll break Mach 2 before you continue, and then if you engage Max Cruise, it'll allow the speed to build. That might be a different way to do it. Tell you what, if we try that now, so if we dial in 60, see, I talked myself out of this now. Dial in 60 and continue in the Max Climb mode. Once you pass through 50, we'll engage Max Cruise. All be all good. We're coming through Mach 1.8 then, so the aircraft's starting to warm up. Looking down on our temperature, the static temperature is minus 49, which is the air temperature. The total is the temperature on the skin, which is plus 30. So nice and high. Starting to warm up a bit there as we continue our climb. Fuel heaters are still on, we leave them on, and the ground idles are all good, and the engine foil limiter is all fine. We can set that to normal now as we're airborne. And we're all fine with that. On the overhead then, I'm just waiting to turn off our heaters here and our seatbelt signs. I just want to wait till we hit 50,000 feet to do that. Brilliant, so continuing our climb then, we've got 70 tons of fuel left after that quick burn. We've used 9 minutes of afterburner, which is quite a lot. I'd normally say we use 12 minutes, we can't exceed 12 minutes, so it's getting a bit close to the limit for comfort. But anything above sort of 7 minutes, you'd start to burn quite a lot of fuel. So we've used quite a lot of afterburner there. It was a bit heavy climbing today, but it seems to go a lot better now. We're coming up on Mach 9, 1.91. So we're coming right up to Mach 2 here at this point. We're coming through 48,000 and we're approaching 49,000 feet. Unfortunately, with an oceanic control online, we have to make our position reports, so we're not able to just up sticks and leave quite as freely. I wonder how long he's planning on staying on for. Right, I'm getting up my position report stuff, and we'll sort ourselves out. Beam 3, reporting at 1150 west. Flight 600. Are blocking, of course. Next fix will be after we make our position report at 15 west. Next one will be 20 west. And we have to do our estimate fix when we pass through that, so I'll show you how to do that as we get there. Right, 50,000 feet then, I'm engaging my Max Cruise mode. Plane's going to pitch down now through 50,000 feet. Seatbelt signs, pressure static heaters, ADS engine probe heaters can go off. You can see the lighting's changed a bit in the aircraft there, seems to be being a bit nicer. We're just exceeding our VMO here, which is a little bit worrying. But we're in Max Cruise mode now, going up to 60,000 feet. So this is the other way of doing it. Rather than leveling off at 60, just engage Max Cruise. Max Cruise will hold the aircraft above Mach 2 whilst continuing a climb. So there we go. The party at 60,000 feet, or 50, climbing to 60,000 feet. We're going to leave our flight rating in climb and takeoff until we get to 60,000 feet, where we're then going to flick them across into the other ratings. Apart from that, we are all good. Next thing we've got to worry about is our position report. So we're on our waypoint 526, so we've got 256 miles to run. Now, say we had just passed through our waypoint where we're making our position report. Our position report works by saying where you are, the time you've passed through where you are, your flight level, what you're doing, where you're going next, so our next waypoint, and what time you reckon you'll get there, and then the waypoint you're going to be heading to after you get there. So that's kind of the plan. So for me, with Speedbird 3, we will be reporting at 150 west, and we're going to get there when we get there. But then to check out what our time for, and we're at flight level 500 to 600, our next waypoint is going to be 20 west, which we'll estimate by using distance time, flicking this to distance time, and it'll tell you. So there's the distance, and there's the time in minutes, so 12.6. So you then add that onto the current time. So say we're passing through at 2 o'clock, which it is now, but say we were passing through 15 at that time, we'd say, hey, we're going to be hitting the next one at 2:15. or 14120. That's the plan stand. So in 12 minutes we should pass through the next one. Quite a steep climb there. We're doing about 2,000 feet per minute. The aircraft will climb quite rapidly up to about 55,000 feet, where it'll then plateau, where it can't climb any further until we've burned off a bit more fuel, because we've still got 70 tons, so we're still very heavy at this point. I'm still in full power here, with the afterburners off, so I'm still on my manual throttle, so make sure if you're at home you're not nudging your hardware, you're keeping it all still. Ah, the plane has not detected the simulator. Ah, it doesn't have Xplane 12, so it's not, unfortunately the bar is not working for us, so I can't tell you how far we have to go on the flight. I'm sure Volanta will tell me what I'm up to, but yeah. Right, 53.5, continuing up then. We're doing a ground speed now of 1,100 speed, which is pretty good. I tend to put in my Vatsim clearance 1,200 is what we aim for to be averaging during our flight. Often on the Heathrow to JFK route, we're a little bit slower than that, just due to the natural winds. If we go on the wind page on our INS, we can see we've got 238 at 53, which means if we go to 238, that's about there at 53. It's a sort of headwindy crosswind, which means we're getting quite a lot of resistance ahead of us, really slowing us down on our flight today. So that's often why we go a little bit slower. Superb. Well, I'm going to get some screenshots of this, because we've got to start putting this stuff into our, the new Concorde V3 intros for Xplane 12. So I'll be getting a couple of these nice screenshots of the plane cruising. Looking out the window there, if I get the focus, it's got field of depth of view, it would appear. If I get the focus out the aircraft there, and onto the sky below us. Lovely, 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 lovely. Outside now, the noise has really decreased as we're cruising along. The clouds are a bit weird from above. I seem to have like a sort of pancake effect. I think that's obviously just something they do. We head into the back then, into the passenger cabin, and look out the window. We get a lovely view of the world outside the window. So did everyone have a nice Christmas then? I hope we're all good. As of course the last time we all spoke was before Christmas, so I hope we were all fine, I hope we're all good, and I hope it's all going well. We're doing 1,300 miles per hour, which means we're now doing about 23, 22 miles a minute. This is the point in the flight where I'm going to throw out some random Concorde facts, I guess you could know. So the aircraft was originally designed to land with a max landing weight of about 111 tons, but the British, we decided that we wanted a long haul super cruiser, and so we upped that to 130 tons, which means the aircraft now does what it does a little bit more efficiently. The French were looking at more of a short haul supersonic airliner, which sounded great at the time before the bans for supersonic flight across land came into place, because at that point it was no longer viable to have a short haul one, of course, and the only routes it could do were long. So, good move. We're sporting then today, as I say earlier, the BOAC livery. When BEA and BOAC merged, they formed British Airways, at which point the British Airways to buy Concorde still remained, as the government had a stake in British Airways at that point. Later on, though, British Airways actually bought out the government stake in Concorde, which meant they had free control, which meant when it came to retiring these aircraft, the government could do nothing about it, unfortunately. When flying Concorde, we were limited to 100 passengers out of the normal 112 or so capacity. We were limited to 100 down to Barbados, as it's on the maximum of Concorde's range. This business trip across to JFK is not so bad, but on the routes between down to Barbados and far off places, it can get a bit tight for fuel. We'll look to fly some of them further on the channel later in, I think. It should be fun. Yeah, very nice. So, on the edge of the wings then, you notice the planes are famously Delta, of course. But what does that actually mean? Well, it means we don't have elevators, we have elevons, and it's a combination of ailerons and elevators. They do both. And they're on the back here. We have 3 of them on the aircraft. 1, 2, and 3. And then a flapper on the inside one. They're on the trailing edge out on the outside here, and they allow us to control the aircraft's pitch and roll all through the delta wing. The delta was necessary to reduce drag and allow for a maximum efficiency while we're cruising at speed. So pretty good. You see the wing design is very unique on Concorde with a nice curve and fold downwards. And actually, Concorde ski didn't have that. It had very straight wings, which meant it needed afterburner even in the cruise, which was not very good for sails and fuel consumption. And actually, a couple of interesting facts I was reading about last night on a Concorde book I'm reading. The Concorde ski was designed, of course, by Tupolev, Alexei Tupolev, sorry, and he had to he had to attend the departure of every Concorde flight that Concorde ski made. It made 55 in total, and every single departure he had to be there for, because during its time there were 296 failures in 55 flights, 80 of which were in mid-air and resulted in lots of diversions and other problems. So it was an aircraft plagued with problems from the very start. But fortunately, Aerospatiale don't have to be here for our flights in Concorde. Oh, NatWest is offline. Oh, okay, cool. That's a shame. We like NatWest. I was looking forward to doing a position report, but oh well. The temperature then on the outside skin. Thanks for letting me know. Sorry. The temperature on the outside skin then is at 95 degrees there. You see that little bit of red writing there. It says TMO 127. So that means maximum temperature. We can allow that to reach 127, above which we can no longer. We have to slow down or descend. To keep the skin not going above that. If it goes above 127, we start to melt. So not good, not good. Yeah, so that's about that for my little fact sheet of Concorde. I've got a couple more I'll throw in during the flight. Just to keep us all on our toes, I suppose. So we're coming up to 100 degrees then, so you can really, cook some stuff out there on the nose of the aircraft. Really, really hot right at the front. It cools down, of course, as you go further back the plane. But right on that nose, in that very tip, very, very hot out there. On Unicom, then we'll make our quick position report so that they know what we're doing. Unicom Speedbird Concorde 3 is passing through flight level 560, blocking flight level 500 to 600, passing through Sierra Mike 15 West. A rough one there, just to let Unicom know what we're up to. Lovely. Brilliant. Anything, if anyone has any questions about this plane, or you're thinking of buying it and you want to know what I think, or well, maybe you don't know what I think, but I don't know. Any questions, let me know if you have any, because if you've been watching the tutorial, I recommend this is our live Q&A session, as it were. My tutorial, yeah. So it looks like the aircraft, even though when we click in here, we get given our VFE speeds for landing. The normal approach for Concorde was to fly at 190 knots until 800 feet, where VREF plus 7, which is normally about 157 knots, give or take a bit, was then selected on the auto throttle. The power will drop. It will then increase to main VREF plus 7 as we then start to come over the end of the runway. Of course, the auto throttle disconnects at 200 feet, so therefore we have to do it manually. We have to hold manually VREF plus 7. For touchdown. Brilliant. So we're now doing a mile every 2 3/4 seconds. So you can see one, although it's going quite slowly, not quite that maybe, but you can see just over or just under a mile every 2 seconds. So, if you're running, I suppose that'd be quite an impressive world record. But even for Concorde, it's a world record too. So we are really shifting. We're doing about 23 miles a minute. So I don't know if any of you have journeys you make daily at about 23 miles. It takes about half an hour. We're doing it now in minutes, so we're really moving now. So it's pretty amazing at the speed at which Concorde is shifting now at our altitude we're at. The engine revs, of course, sat very high here. We keep them at full throttle all the way up in our cruise climb here, as it's the best way to keep Concorde flying efficiently. That's pretty interesting. On the overhead then, I'm just waiting as we're when we get to 60,000 feet, we're going to switch to cruise and flight. But until then, I'm going to keep them in there because we're technically still climbing and still in sort of takeoff rating. The engine 4 limiter is set to normal and the ground idles are set to low. brake fans are off, and the engine control shuttle is in the normal position. If we want to have a look through our checklist, we can. Noise abatement will have completed by this point. Our climb checklist is completed. Our accelerator to Mach 2 we've now completed. On our Mach 2 flight checklist, we can see we've got our reheat switch is off. Our smoking signs and fasten seatbelt signs are off. The anti-ice is as required. You can see we're not going to need any anti-ice. We've got such a high temperature here. And the engines and fuel are checked. So we've got 65 tons of fuel remaining. And the engines are set nicely at a lot of power. So enjoy it. In the real aircraft, they would take the auto throttle out at 40 feet. That's something I don't like about Concord. Ah, yeah. Ah, yes, of course. Well, that makes sense, actually. Here in my notes, when I was reading them, it said 157 or VREF plus 7 till over the threshold, when you then would idle the throttle. So you're right. Disabling at 200 feet makes things a little bit difficult for us. And it, of course, means no autoland. I've never actually tried autoland in the Concorde, as after a long flight across the Atlantic, I quite enjoy having a bit of a crazy go at it myself. But yeah, I can imagine that would be quite bad. Not good. Right, let's check the weather at Kennedy just so we get a rough idea, although we're miles away. Just want to see what we're looking at. The winds are 300 at 9. Ooh. What will that we get? Go to KJFK, I've got to get the rough charts up. Uh, 300. I'll be looking at runway 3 then. Probably 3-1 right, I'd expect. Our routing for Kennedy takes us up from the south, so if I zoom in on Kennedy. Yep, there it is. There it is. Our routing takes us in across the south here. Camrn is just offside of Long Branch, so from Long Branch, if we're going into over there, I'd probably disable the headings around our final couple like Owenz and Linnd, which are sort of out here, and make a heading across there. So we'll be expecting to do that to capture the ILS into the 3-1 right, of course. 3-1 left, even though it's longer, would be a massive taxi back all the way around the airfield when we want to get to our little British Airways terminal over here. So we'll just land 3-1 right for that. Very nice. There we go, then passing through waypoint 6 to 7. We got to do some reprogramming now. So, select the waypoint dial and cycle back to 1. I won't bring out the MS, Microsoft Paint lovely circle of waypoints. I know we all are very fond of that, but we will not be bringing that out. So we'll stick with just knowing that it's going to go in a circle of waypoints. So we've got to reprogram waypoint 1 as waypoint 10, which is north 4703 and west 0500. Insert. Waypoint 2 then, waypoint 11 is north 4610 and it's west 0530. Waypoint 3 is waypoint 12, which is north 4414 and it's west 060. Waypoint 4 is waypoint 13 in this case, which is north 4246, west 065. Waypoint 5, the final one we can program then until we pass through the next ones, is waypoint 14, which is north 42000, west 067. That is our waypoints inputted there, as we are sat here at 55,000 feet. See what that's what I was saying earlier. I know what I'm doing. We've got to about 55,000 feet in the cruise climb, where the weight of our aircraft, due to our 63 tons of fuel still on board, has sort of matched that of our thrust coming out the back. So we're sort of leveling here at 55,000 until we burn enough fuel to be able to continue our climb up to 60. You can see the slight oscillations left and right, which is a feature now of V3. I'm not quite sure why or what causes them, but I seem to get a bit of oscillation here. So, it's interesting, but yeah, that's what's going down. Thank you very much to all those subscribed. If you're not already, please do hit the like and subscribe. It's really appreciated by me. Very cool. So 2.02, then we've still got our radar on, I'm all happy with that. And we are cruising nicely. But during the flight then we're just looking at for our engine temperatures, our amount of fuel we're still rattling through, and the temperature on the skin, which is currently 126, so it's quite high, because we are doing Mach 2.02, not quite Mach 2, so we're going quite quick even in our climb mode here. Our fuel management systems are all good. 5A and 7A have been drained, and our de-air pumps are still on, as we've still got fuel in tanks 10 and 11. Brake fans are all off, and the hydraulic page seems all good. We've got good generator pressure there, or good generator power there, sorry, and the water heat and shed galleys are all on, so that the cabin crew can start preparing the lovely first class service, which we provide aboard Concorde. Very good. So we're descending quite a lot there, so that's a feature I found in Colimata happens a lot. So what I'm going to do is in the climb here, I'm going to set my vertical speed to 0. What I'm going to do is every time we see that we really start descending rapidly, which it does in the autopilot system to maintain Mach 2, but it does it quite steeply. So it's a bit of an interesting feature of the aircraft, which I'm still trying to work out quite why it happens. But unfortunately, for now, we'll have to see that that's just one of those things. Very cool. Very cool. Oh, it's descending there. So there's that rapid descent I was talking about. You see, we're descending about 2,000 feet per minute. So what I like to do is go vertical speed quickly to get it to level off there for me. Now it levels. It's leveling. There we go. Back into max cruise, max climb. We do not want to be descending under any circumstance that quickly. It's not a good way to have the aircraft flying. So we don't want to have that. So to do so, we're just going to change it so it does that instead. Brilliant. If you up for it, please join the Discord through the links in the description. On there, I've got the Concorde routes you need if you want to be flying more transatlantic, and you get updates about the streams we'll be doing in the future, and other bits and bobs we'll be up to. There's also votes for the liveries we'll fly in the aircraft. We're going to be flying today. So today, for example, they voted to fly in the BOAC liveries of the aircraft, which we don't always necessarily use, as I'm very partially fond of flying the normal Chatham Dockyard and Nagus liveries. But the option was there for us to fly all of them, so if you're in the Discord, please do always go for the links. Thanks so much. So there we go, it's back into its nice climb. What I often find, though, as I say, is as it gets higher, until it's able to go light enough to 55,000, you might find it starts rapidly descending. That's it trying to manage its speed so it stays Mach 2, because it's realised it's gone a bit too high, essentially. It's not able to maintain it. It's one of those things we just have to sort of live with at the moment in V3. I imagine I'll put an update out soon just to fix some of these bugs, hopefully. But until then, we have to just deal with it, unfortunately. Yeah, it's not a burden we have to deal with. It just would be nice if that could be fixed at some point. But, yeah. Descending slightly there. Again, it's doing that slight drop thing it does, which is a bit of a shame, but should be alright there. Starting to level out. Oh, there we go, it's holding there. Very nice. So it's waypoint 7 and 8, so what we can do is, what you want to do now, basically, as the aircraft continues to fly through our routes, we're just going to keep using up our waypoints, as it were. So I like to then just occasionally, once we pass through waypoint, because we're not doing much in the cruise anyway, I just like to drop in the new waypoint program. So here, just programming in the next waypoint for the flight, which will be Kenda, because it's waypoint 6 we've used. So once we go to waypoint 8 to 9, I'll program waypoint 7. That's about it then for me. Brilliant. So they're still just holding around 55,000. So you do unfortunately have to keep an eye on this one when you're flying it, just because of that exact thing. It might start to do weird ups and drops and downs and things. So that's the sort of thing we're going for. Brilliant. Cool. Right, we're cruising nicely. Cool. Pin that up there. Join us. So then, I've just posted in the chat there, which I neglected to mention. If you guys want to come down, we're going to have a an Xplane 12 Colimata Concorde sort of a session going on in our Discord. It's a big stage event, so come and hop in. Hey, Mito, nice to see you again. So yeah, as I was saying, sorry, we're going to have a quick stage event at 3 o'clock, so in about half an hour here during the stream, where you guys will be able to hop in the Discord. We'll be on a little stage event. Come up and let me know what you think of this aircraft. What do you want to see? And if you've got any questions, it's an opportunity to ask them live on stream. So if you want to do that, hop in the Discord. I'll be in there in half an hour. We'll be going through some of the questions you guys might have, or anything you want to let me know live. So yeah, come say hi. Come say hi in half an hour then. And let's do that Discord link which I've pinned above. So do go say that. Do go see that and let me know what you think live on stream. So thanks very much. We're down to 58 tons of fuel then, and we're just coming up to 56,000 feet. So it's sort of doing a bit of descending, a bit of climbing, and but it is the averages that we're climbing, which is really good. We always want to be climbing in Concorde, so we don't want to have that dropping at any time. I'm just going to boost up the lighting. It all changed all my lighting when I allowed it to do that stuff of the automatic night lighting, so I'd recommend turning that off if you also don't want it to change up the lighting stuff you had set up. Very good. A lot of swinging from the autopilot here. A lot of swinging indeed. Alright. We've slowed down then. What's the winds like? Winds must have switched to a bit of a headwind. We must have got 72, 280. Yeah, we got almost a direct headwind there, slowing us down, which is a 72 knot headwind. So it's really pulling us back on the speed there. Not what you want to see, not what you want to see at all. Yeah, a bit of a shame there, but we'll just extend our flight time a little bit, that's fine. Enjoying watching this fantastic aircraft fly along. Amazing, amazing. Whether you think it's a good model or not, what you have to say is it does look good from the outside. Lovely. Cool. We're steadily then holding around 56,000 feet there, in a nice gentle sort of climb. Cool. Lovely. Brilliant. Join me in half an hour then, guys, for our lovely little chat about what's going on and what you think about the Colimata Concorde V3. Do you prefer it to V2, or are you still more of a V3? And if so, why? What do you reckon? Let me know. I think it's still very, very good in my opinion. But, I am a fan of the 2 and Xplane 11, but Xplane 12 is shaping up to be something pretty amazing. I mean, flying like this is pretty. It's might become slightly more routine for us, and we might have to see what we get in the future. I'm looking for some New York scenery for Xplane 12, as unfortunately I don't currently have anyone, which is a real bit of a shame, I think, as it might well reduce our visual quality when landing here, so it's a bit of a shame. Yeah. Very nice. Good cruising. The clouds are high today. We're only just above them. So some high clouds. Yeah, nice. It means unfortunately we can't see the sea below us, but it's a bit dull, I suppose. Let's have a quick check over on the SimAware of what's going down. See how that's running. Ah, I can see speedbird 5 behind us. Fantastic. Moving along nicely then. Join us. I can see you flying along. Fantastic. Ah, Mito. Hi. I see you in Discord. Are you still Xplane 11? Wow, that looks good. You managed, whatever you've done to it, mate. You've made it look very, very nice. Share my thoughts on Xplane 12. It's looking good, but maybe not quite as good as that. Very good then. 56 and a bit coming up. Oh, load it. Brilliant. Right, thanks very much all. I'm going to quickly grab some food now. We'll be back in about 20 minutes or so to come see you all ahead of our live Discord Q&A session. So I will catch you all then, and look forward to speaking to you then. So catch you all in about 20 minutes or so. So thanks very much for your patience. I'll be back in a bit. Hello everyone. Apologies for that. I'm back. Had to grab some food. Right. How are we all doing? So, oh, it's still going very along very nicely actually. That's all going well. Let me hove over to Discord. Apologies. Making my way over. Hi. Right. Okay. Right. I'm in Discord, so if any of you guys have any questions or wanna come have a chat, hop in the Discord server and you'll see that I'm streaming it live there. As I will be the rest of the stream, I'll be in the Discord server as well. So yeah, you don't have to join. It's just a way for you guys to come let me know what do you think of Concorde V32. Are you a big fan of it? What do you know? What do you reckon? What do you reckon? Let me know. Just opening up the map here to see how we're doing. Oh, we're well and truly well across there. Look, we're but almost over halfway. Making good progress. Brilliant. Right. What's our altitude like? Oh, 55. We're creeping up. I noticed it dropped down to 50 when I came back, so I think it's been wavering during the break here. We're down to 45 tons of fuel. Not bad. Once we get to 50,000 feet, the fluctuation. Once we get to 60, sorry, the fluctuations really stop. And everything starts working, we start burning a lot less fuel in the plane. I like that Colimata in their new version of the V3 have kept the feature of the gap opening up in the middle there. It's quite a smart little feature. It's quite a show sort of cool feature there, so I'm pleased to see that they've done that too. Ooh. Very pleased at that. Brilliant. And then during it, we are all good. So, if you're in the chat, do go ahead and hit the like and subscribe, please. It'd be much appreciated. And then if you want to come have a chat with me, hop into the show and on Discord, and come have a look at. And if you want to speak, just I think you say raise your hand or whatever, and come let me know what do you think of V3. Let me know your ideas and have a chat live on stream to the audience on YouTube too. So come say hi. Brilliant. Well, our seatbelt signs are all off. I think the first class service, if we hop back into the cabin, has been going quite effectively here. 1,190, so we're going a little bit slower than we were normally earlier. We're down to, we're at 55,000, Mach 2.02 look. So we are shooting along at this point. So really moving here. So it's a lovely, lovely cabin especially, and I really like they've got the screen fidelity up and running so that you can see the screens in the aircraft there. If you're in Discord, what I'm saying on Discord is the same as on stream, so you can hear me in both at the same time. So feel free to just right-click on me and click mute, so that you don't hear me on Discord. But essentially, yeah. If you want to, I think you can like raise your hand on Discord. I'm not too adept with it, but I think if you raise your hand, you can then like let me know you want to speak, and I would like to hear what you guys think. Oh, looking good there. We've got a massive vapor trail going on at 50,000 feet. Wow. Said that even at this altitude we'd get something like that. Amazing. Sorry, Metro, I sent you the wrong thing there. I didn't mean to right click on that. Great. Teetering up there, and we're approaching. We're approaching 56. We're approaching waypoint 9, at the end of waypoint 9. At which point, oh, we've got Metro wanting to speak. Yeah, Metro, join us up in the main one. Let me just. We've got to see how I do this. Invite to speak. There you go. I sent you an invite. I think, yeah. Hello, Metro. Oh, my sound's not working. Bear with me. Sorry. That one. Oh, hold on. Sorry. There we go. Say hi to everyone. There we go. Hello. Nice to see you. How you doing?
I'm doing great. So,
Lovely.
yeah, I have some questions for you. So, for
Yeah.
the first one, how long are you flying this plane?
Yeah, okay, yeah. So I've been flying this plane sort of since V1 released. I remember seeing it get released, and I got quite excited. I'd had one in FSX for a while, and I was really excited to see the new version be released in Xplane 11. And it was the first plane I got when I switched to Xplanes, actually. So I think probably now, in 2023, might have been about 2 years.
Oh yeah, nice. Do you use Heritage Avionics package? Because it seems that you are quite experienced with this plane, but you are not using that, so it's kind of strange. I mean.
Yeah, well, I've heard of the Heritage train. In fact, I actually looked at it and was gonna get it, but then when they switched to V3, I haven't used it in Xplane 12. I don't know if you can or not. Do you know? Is it compatible?
No, it's not. No,
yeah,
it's not.
But then,
Not
is it
yet.
worth, do you reckon, using for V2? Would that be something to look at?
Oh yeah, of course. It's better, much better.
Right. Yeah. What does it do? I haven't really looked into the full details of it all yet.
So basically, it improves your center of gravity. Like you can switch, like tweak it a little bit more, better.
Oh, yeah,
Also,
okay.
displays your temperatures of engines on the
right.
engineer panel.
Yeah.
Pressurization things, all
Yeah.
of that. So yeah.
Ah, brilliant. Okay, yeah. So I need to look at that then. Is that definitely for V2? Is that one for
Yeah, it's
Xplane?
for V2.
Right. Okay. Well, we'll have to have a look at that then. It sounds like a good little mod. Is that the Heritage Pack?
Yep.
Oh, very nice. I will have a little look.
So how many bugs did you encounter on a V3?
How many
This-
bugs? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's quite a few. At the moment, the V3 it's very good, but I'm finding a couple of problems. When we're in the cruise, actually, especially, you'll notice in the little tutorial I did that we were wobbling around a lot. That's something I've encountered a few times now. In the cruise, we get quite a lot of left and right wobble. It's very temperamental with the trim. On takeoff, we trim for takeoff. We get a lot of nose weight forward. We need a lot of positive trim to get the plane up, which is a bit crazy. So yeah, it's fairly interesting. It's quite good fun. And then I've been told by someone in the chat that we're looking to this glide thing. So when we come into land, apparently that might not work. So we'll have to see how that goes. I don't know about that, so we'll have to see when we land what we're looking at. Didn't you say you were Concorde dev? Did I hear?
Yeah, not dev, but I'm the tester. So for the wobbling part, you just disable the autopilot, put drag heading, and just hold it for like 10 seconds or so, and then you can turn on the autopilot on. So yeah. Actually, I'm not using V3 by myself. I just don't feel it. Okay.
Oh yeah, fair enough.
It needs a lot of improvement. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I get what you mean. So Xplane 12 is it's certainly interesting. I'm making the step. I had to set up a lot of controls and things. I was a bit surprised, I have to say, but I quite like it. What do you reckon?
Yeah, but a lot of like bugs that this V3 version has is from the Xplane 12 by itself. Like, for example, there are some strange shadows coming, so it's from the reflections. I mean, so look at your left, for example, window, and you can see the cockpit.
Oh yes,
like,
yeah.
Yeah. So.
Oh wow, okay, yeah. Oh, so yeah, okay, right. So that Xplane 12, interesting. Okay.
Yep.
It's it's a cool sim. I think I think the visual effects are pretty amazing. So I'm still, even with these things, committed to trying it out, I suppose. Brilliant. Well, thanks very much. Thanks for letting me.
For example, you see the communications lights, the blue one and the green one.
Oh
that
yeah.
is next to the throttle. We are not like in the version 2, they was like flashing, not flashing, but like you was able to see the light.
Yes,
but now
yeah.
you can't. So this is also a bug of the Xplane 12, and
Right.
Colimata just can't do anything about it.
Okay, yeah. Right. I suppose, yeah. I guess that's transitioning to a brand new sim like this. It can be interesting to see it. Yeah.
Yep.
And quickly there, we've just come up to the end of waypoint 9, so here we go. We're going to switch across to a waypoint 1. So we'll do our little waypoint change 9 to 1. We'll click insert and select the waypoint change, and there we go. We'll shoot across to waypoint 1. On our merry way. Are you flying with us then, Metro? Are you on your way too?
I was, but I go out that way.
No worries. I'm surprised. I haven't quite met everyone who's flying with us today. Well, I don't know if they are flying with us, but there's 4 Concordes on their way across the Atlantic, so there's quite a lot.
Yep.
Interesting. Looking ahead then, looks like we've got Boston Centre online, so we might be having that later, and we'll look forward to seeing that when we get there. But thanks so much for coming to let us know.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you. If you are in the audience and want to come have a chat, just I think there's like a raise your hand feature. Come say hi. Let me know what you think about this plane. Yeah, let's let me know what you think. Let's have some conversation about V3, because I'm a fan of Xplane 12. I think I was a bit nervous when I switched over because of course it's a new sim, and you know, having played Microsoft Flight Sim for a while, compared to that, I think I was sort of a bit interested in how it would go down. But yeah, it's pretty good, and with a plane like this, I mean, you know, it makes it more interesting to fly. The default 330 and an aircraft like that are quite interesting. So it's nice to do this.
Do you do manual fuel trim or no?
Yeah, so this is a question I've been asked before. Well, with the manual fuel trim, I don't know. What do you reckon? I often think that Concorde was a plane flown by 3 people, and so for me personally, I find that especially in the climb and stuff, there's a lot of like fairly bit of workload or whatever, and to be fair with you, fuel trimming is quite a dull job, you know. But I think I use the manual. I use the automatic one. Do you manual fuel trim?
Oh yeah, of course.
And what do you reckon? How does it work? I've never really delved into
it. Really works fine, but the Heritage Avionics package improved it a bit.
Okay.
But you can use it on the default one too. That's good.
And you just have to open up the fuel valves in the right order.
Yeah, but yeah.
Right. Well, I'll have to have a look at how to do that then. We'll be looking into that in the future.
So, do you know anything about the Flight Sim Labs?
No. So the Flight Sim Labs, is that for P3D? I don't actually know.
Yeah, it's for P4D, and we're developing a new Concorde that will be much better than the Colimata one, I think. I think so.
Is that for Xplane 12 or?
It will be for P3D and in the future for MSFS.
Ah, okay, yes, yeah, right. Is that P3D version 5, that one? That'll be.
Yeah, V5.
Ah, wow, yeah. I was looking at actually getting V5. I made the switch to Xplane 12 at the same time I was sort of thinking about P3D. So do you have P3D, and if so, would you recommend it?
Yeah, I mean, I have it, but I'm not really a fan of this type of simulator. I don't know why, but for example, I don't really like MSFS either. Like
okay.
Xplane just has its own vibe, I would say.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I know what you mean, yeah. Yeah, I agree. I'm a fan of the Xplane operating system. I started out on MSFS and then I switched over to Xplane and haven't really looked back, to be honest.
Yeah, MSFS is very, very unstable.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? It is quite unstable. I think it's getting better with updates, isn't it? Yeah.
It is, but at the same time, we're breaking everything. I mean,
yeah. Right, yeah, I agree. Right, I'm just putting in the new waypoints then, as we've passed through the rest of them. We're only passing through waypoint 9, of course, so I'll just put it up to Owenz, and then we've got one more waypoint to do at the end there, before I've finished our reprogramming. Lovely. Those are waypoints programmed in, then we're all done. For the rest of our route.
Actually, why do you don't use SIVA INS? And you use the default one?
I use the default one, yeah. Well, I have the SIVA INS for Xplane 11, not for Xplane 12. So, is it ported across to Xplane 12 now as well? Then?
XCYNS works for both for Xplane 11 and for 12.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I'll have to move it across then. So in Xplane 11, I used to use it with V1 of the Concorde. Then when V2 came out and they improved the INS system, I sort of decided it's almost easier to use it in the aircraft. I think sort of some of the receiver things I found it's a bit confusing. I don't know. What's your opinion on that? What do you reckon?
I mean, I never use the default one, the INS, the default. Yeah, okay. Only XC. No other.
Why would you say that is? What do you reckon?
It's much easier because you can use keyboard for that.
Yeah. Speed things up, I suppose. Yeah. I was thinking actually, yeah, you can use keyboard, couldn't you? Maybe it would be easier. Then I also like the idea of, we're looking in the aircraft and then we look down and there's our INS. We can sort of keep using it whilst it's in front of us. I don't know.
Yep.
Brilliant. How's our progress going across the Atlantic there now? We're coming up to the Canadian coast. Yeah. Progressing nicely then. If you guys want to come say hi and join in the conversation, head over to the Discord where we're having a little chat. So we're interesting. We're still too heavy to continue higher. We're still hovering around 55,000 feet. The plane doesn't seem to be keen to continue flying higher. So I think we've got to keep burning a bit more fuel until we're able to go a bit higher. We're just down to 39 tons of fuel, which according to the plane and the GUI reckons will carry us another 1,400 miles. So I think that sounds a bit about right for what we got now. And we've got 125 knots of headwind, which is not good. That's what's slowing us down there. We're being slowed down a lot there.
Wait, go to Concorde upper panel, and there is at the top the engine flight rating. So switch it to cruise. I think you forgot it.
Oh, yeah, okay. I normally do that when we get to 60,000 feet. Or do you do it now? Yeah.
I mean, you can do it now too.
Okay, fair enough. Well, I think we'll definitely put it in flight. I think I'll wait for the cruise just till we get 60, if that's right. I think we're still climbing. I don't know. Although, mind you, look at that. We're descending quite a lot there. So again, here, this is where I'm just going to go vertical speed mode, get it to level off, and then try and get to reclimb again. There we go, level off, and then max cruise, max climb. Good afternoon, Jones Aviation. Hello. Do you want to hop up and join us into the main call there? Come say hello. Jones Aviation is a fellow pilot of the Concorde. He likes to come and fly it with us, so we should say hi to him. But thanks very much for the chat, Metro. Nice to speak to you, and we'll speak to you again soon.
No problem.
Thank you. We're waiting for Mr. Aviation to come join us up in the front here. So there we go. We're still descending. The plane there, a bit interesting descending there. Just trying to level it off and then get it to reclimb again. There we go. Leveled off, and then max cruise, max climb again. It should climb because we're doing 2.04, so we're going quite quick. Jump starting your laptop. All right. Interesting. And it's struggling to continue in a cruise climb. We're getting a lot of positive rate and then descent again. It is struggling to just continue in a nice gentle climb. What's the fellow situation like? I think we've got a couple of V2s joining us today, so they're climbing nicely. Look, up to 58,000. And we're still sat chugging along at 51. Maybe I don't think we'll hit the 60,000 in this stream today. I don't think we will. We are making our way into New York, albeit rather slowly, which is fine. Boston sensors online then. I don't think we quite clip his airspace, to be honest. Change that to Navigraph Hi, you should be able to see. I recommend if you are... we've been joined by Mr. Jones Aviation. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, how are we doing?
I'm very good, thank you. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Yes, we're enjoying V3 in Xplane 12.
Yes, it looks amazing actually.
Thank you. Yeah,
Concorde.
It's good, isn't it? It's a good. I think it's a good model. We were just speaking to Metro, who was one of the beta testers for the plane, and he was saying, fairly buggy, but I think Xplane 12's visuals for me really sort of make up for that. I think.
But it's a Concorde, so we just ignore all the bad bits of it. We just focus on the good bits, you know.
Very true, exactly. Very true. Very, very true. Yeah, I think we're going to miss Boston on our arrival. I don't think our waypoints quite take us through his airspace.
Well, that's not necessarily a bad thing.
No. No, not too bad. So how's things? Are you flying V2 at the moment, or are you flying V3?
Well, since money is, well, of the essence, I'm still on the V2 on Xplane 11.
Right, okay, yeah. No, I agree. V2 is the V2 is still a very, very good aircraft. I've been asked here by been sent a message through the chat here saying, will you not fly XP11 again? And that sort of ties in, I suppose, with you flying the V2. I think for me, as I said, I think I've not said it before, but the scenery. We're about to arrive in JFK, and there's no scenery available in Xplane 11. So it looks. No, not at the moment. Oh, XP12. Not that I can find, at least. If someone knows about it, do let me know.
Let me go and edit that. Let me go and make you some scenery for it.
But because of that, I think that's probably one of the highlighting issues that is for the reason why I might stay in Xplane 11. The tail sim scenery for Xplane 12 is compatible with 11 too, so often I'm going to use that in Xplane 11, and so it looks better in 12, but it still works in 11. And I think, with our Barbados scenery and JFK scenery we've got in Xplane 11, it might well be worth sticking to that for a bit. So we'll definitely return to it. So in answer to your question, no, this is not the end of Xplane 11. We will be flying Xplane.
We shall. More. I think I might try and get Xplane. Did you get Xplane 12 on Steam or on the
I got it through Steam just because I have Xplane 11 through Steam and I knew it worked.
Yeah. Well, you see, I've got 12 discs to have Xplane 11 because I'm stuck in 1984. So.
Right. Captain Palmtree, good afternoon. Good afternoon, sir. Thank you very much for the subscribe earlier. Thank you for that.
Oh, he subscribed to me as well. Thank you very much. So yes, very good patron of the channel.
Fantastic.
Just thought I'd say that whilst I'm here as well. Thank you very much. Appreciated. Much obliged, as I'd say.
Of course, I haven't mentioned. I'm sure he's encouraging me to say this, isn't he? Jones Aviation does have a YouTube channel, Jones Aviation, where he also flies lots of aircraft in Xplane 11 and Microsoft Flight Simulator, if I want to say.
Well, to be honest, my YouTube channel's a bit. It's not in its finest hour, let's say that.
No, it's still very, very good. I am subscribed, so go check it out for more good content on Flight Sim. I think that's what we're looking for.
If you have got nothing else to do and you're desperate to find one thing in life that might just help you, that's story of my life on my channel.
Right. Okay. I've been told there I've got to check out the manual fuel trimming. Do you do that? I've heard you do it sometimes.
I do, yes. I do.
Is it good? Would you recommend it?
Yeah, it's a bit temperamental, but works.
Right. How does it work on takeoff then, with the taking off, like trimming? Do you know what I mean?
How does it work on takeoff with the taking off?
You know what I mean? The transition into flight from takeoff, like 5,000 or whatever.
You have to sort of put it on autopilot, or else you end up with a landing aircraft.
Right.
And you very ungraciously dismantle it. But yeah, you have to trim it back to flight.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's like a little boundary that you have to set it in.
Does it tell you the boundary? Do you know?
Yeah, it does. It does, yeah.
So the boundaries move, and you just got to move it into the boundary.
Yeah.
Is that just the forward and aft limits that I'm looking at here on stream?
Let's have a look.
It'll take a minute to load, don't worry, it's a bit behind, that's all.
Yeah, yes.
But is that essentially it? You know, like on the engineering panel where it's got the fuel quantity, and above that little gauge? Is it that thing?
There's sort of like two yellow things that are like that.
Yeah.
What are they called? Trapeziums or something. I don't know. I'm only in top set maps.
Okay, so and do they move as and when we do it?
They do, yes.
Well, you heard it, chat. Then it looks like we've got to move over to doing the manual fuel time.
My name is Jones Concorde Aviation, if you will.
We will have to have a look at manual fuel tuning then. Could have a look at how that works.
It's very interesting. I tried it out on a flight from San Fran to LA, and it was all right.
Right. Well, I shall be looking into that.
It's fun.
Yeah.
If you really want to make your Concorde experience more dangerous, then yeah, I'd try it.
I know. I was saying earlier, it's a 3-person plane, isn't it? Of course, we're doing then the job of all 3 people.
Oh yeah.
So
yes.
Very good. Very good. Let's have a look. Does it know how far away we are? I don't think it does. Does the iPad know how far away we are? No.
That's in Palm Tree 2007. You have a very good YouTube channel, actually, mate. It looks very good. Very good. Some good flights. I've just dropped a subscribe. It is.
Brilliant.
I'll be watching. I think I might have the resources to buy Xplane 12.
The resources.
Yes. The cash monies, if you will.
He's searched around in his pocket for it, and he's found the extra coin in between the seats. Right, he's ready. I think it looks fantastic, you know. But then, and the rain effects. I don't know if you saw it in the stream. The rain effects, amazing. Spikefly, hi, how you doing? Sorry to interrupt you there, Jones. Yeah, it looks good, but then I'm still, you know, I don't know.
I've had a bit of a.
Go on.
You see, yesterday I was flying the old A320 Neo with my good friends.
In Microsoft Flight Simulator, yeah?
In Microsoft Flight Simulator, yes.
Right, okay, yeah.
And I was approaching, that really short airport in Toronto. Was it Billy Bishop?
Billy Bishop? It doesn't ring a bell, I don't know that one.
It's a really short runway in Toronto, only Q400s land there.
Ah, okay.
And
you were in your A320 Neo?
I was, yes.
Right.
As always. Always have to go one step above.
Right.
And I put the reverse thrust in, and something didn't feel right.
Right.
So I get out the screwdriver to have a look inside the throttle quadrant. I take the flaps and speed brakes off, and the bit that stops it going into reverse thrust had snapped off.
Oh no, it's in the TCA.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I'm for Concorde. I now use the Boeing's TCA stuff. Yeah, but stuff.
Oh.
The Thrustmaster. I know.
Oh.
I know. It's a bit passionate.
Upper class. So anyway, I get
Sorry to interrupt you, Jones. Spikeflies ask, are you talking about the Toronto Centre, Charlie Yankee Tango Zulu?
I am, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yes, very correct.
I will, for the rest of the stream, I will be getting this up so we can all have a look too. Because I've not been there, but they seem to have. So let's have a look at its stream.
The thing is, because it's that short of a runway, I immediately went into reverse thrust, and it snapped off the thing that puts it that stopped it going into reverse.
Oh.
So I opened it up, and I rummaged around super glue, and I finally, in true British fashion, goes into an Airfix model kit of a Royal Air Force Red Arrow Hawk, and find some Hornby modelling glue, and I glued it back on. And I haven't tried it yet, but it should be alright now.
Yeah, very good.
But yeah, I've had a bit of a...
He's had a bit of an epiphany.
Yes. Jolly good show.
Very good, that sounds good.
Well, it broke and I fixed it, yeah.
They are good, the Airbus, the Thrustmaster TCA. If you are looking to buy one, I would recommend it.
Oh yes.
Yeah, both the TCA Boeing and the Airbus. Yeah, that's what I've got, Palm Tree. Yeah, good choice. And switching between them feels better than using one in the university. I agree. Worth an approach in the Q400? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Would you recommend, James? Was it a good approach to that airport?
It was, although I did have a bit of a review about it, and it didn't have an ILS, so I had to fly it manually from 40 miles out.
40 miles?
It's long. Yeah, IMC conditions, but let's not go there.
Right, okay, we'll brush over that quickly then and move on.
Yes, we should move on.
Right, very interesting. Oh, I guess, yeah, the Q400, there is one for Xplane, isn't there? And Xplane 12 now, isn't there? I need to look at that. I don't think I can bring up the money to afford it, but we will have a look.
Money is a problem lately, isn't it?
Especially with the cost of living crisis, we need to reduce our throttle. You know, in Air Concorde, we don't want to be using too much energy here. We'll be in trouble.
I'd be taking a Concorde down the road to a Shell, a garage or something to fill it up. Right, we need 93 tons of fuel.
Spikefly said it has RNAV at the airport. Is that
yes,
it? Yeah.
It does.
Right, okay.
But because I'm quite simple, I don't know how to use it. Yes. So do you have the Boeing yoke or the Boeing throttle?
Yeah, so I've got the Boeing yoke and the throttle. They came in the pack.
Oh.
And as Captain Palmtree said, it's good switching between them from different planes. It's quite good fun.
Oh, it is, yes.
Makes you appreciate each one, you know.
Yeah.
And then for Concorde, it's quite good fun using the yoke. I will get a yoke cam set up, guys. I lost my camera, so that's why I didn't. But once I find it, we'll be back in business.
I've got the honeycomb yoke.
Oh, have you?
So I used that. Yeah, I've had this since last Christmas.
Oh right, okay, you've had it for a while.
A year.
And how's it going? How's it going with the honeycomb?
It's really good actually. The only thing I've got against it is that the little lead that connects the yoke to the base of the yoke, the connector, it seems to be when you move the yoke, it moves about. So I think that could cause a bit of issue with moving about in the next few years.
Okay.
But that's a future me problem.
Just noticing, folks, here that the plane's going a bit mad. So I'm doing a bit of vertical speed climb here because in the max cruise climb mode, it just seems to want to descend even though we're going quite quick. Spyfly pilot, do you think the FT Sim sound photo life Concorde worth it? I'm to install the error. I can't find the main. Ah, okay. Let me have a look. I don't actually know about the FT Sim sound for Xplane. Is this for the Concorde? Do they make one? Do you know, Jones? I don't know about this one.
To be honest, I don't know.
Right, well let's have a look. Ah, I found it. Right, go away. Right, Concorde sound pack. Okay. I mean, you know, the sounds in the default are pretty good. The switches are a bit, you know, a bit clunky, a bit loud, but then I suppose, yeah. So maybe it is worth it. I personally don't have it, so I can't tell you for sure. What I would say is the sounds in this one are good, but I'm sure you could probably find a better one if you use that maybe. Trying to install it, but giving me error where it can't find the main. Yeah, as I said, I'm very sorry. I don't really know about that one, so I'll have to have a look. FT Sims all aircraft. It is. I'll bring up the TV so you guys can all see. This is what I'm looking at. This is FT Sims' website. They seem to have everything available for all of them. Wow. They've got a lot of sound packs, you're right.
I'm terribly sorry, Palmtree, I've just realised who you are. You're from the frequency server, aren't you? We talk a lot on the server.
Ah, thank you.
I've just noticed. I've just realised.
Planes now.
I'm terribly sorry. Yes. FST Sim is not compatible with Xplane 12.
I think you're making a freeware one. Definitely, Daniel, go for it. I would love to see that in Xplane 12. Very good. So thank you for that. So I'd like to see that. So if you are, please do.
Oh yes. Hold on a minute. I just need to go and.
You reckon you'd recognise him soon enough?
Oh yes.
It's a Took him a while, but he got there.
Oh yes. Let me see if I can do a bit of haggling.
Leave it to you to connect the dots, Jones. That was a risky move, you know. Well, when will they land on Mito? That's actually a good question. We should probably be thinking about that. Let's have a look. See, I'm thinking. I think James Davis has left us now, so that's all right. We'll do our planning. So, I'll bring up the Avid tablet then. We might as well have a look. JFK then. We've got our nice lots of runways at JFK. So there's a lot of options for where we could land. I'm just bringing up the METAR for Kennedy on the left here. Let's have a look. See. Looks like the winds are 300 at 11, so they're still favouring runway 31 left and right. So this actually, seeing as in we've tried out the Parkway visual into the other ones, it might be a good opportunity to try out runway 13 right ILS, because we've had someone earlier saying if it's true that it doesn't work. So I'd like to see that. So. We'll definitely, I think, well, yeah, we'll go for the ILS, so we'll shoot for that. So in which case it's 111.5, and it's 314. Although we'll do an approach briefing slightly later on. We've still got a fair bit to go, but we'll look to go for that at some point in later on in our journey. Yeah, so that's that. The QNH. Just have a look what we got. Altimeter 3017. So that's all right, and we've got 10 miles of visibility. Although we have got an overcast at 7,000 feet, which should be interesting on the descent. We should get to see some more of the rain effects, which I do like to see, especially in Xplane 12. That's always a bit of a treat seeing them, so that should be good.
Would be nice.
Yeah. We tried the demo, didn't think it worked well. Oh, okay. So maybe the sound pack, yeah, I don't know, I've got to explore that. We'll have to have a
I want to go and demo Xplane 12, I think.
Alright. Well, I'll leave you to it then, Jones. Thanks very much for speaking to us.
I can hang on if you want me to.
Oh, yeah, go on then. Yeah.
Or if you would like me to disappear into the audience.
No, that's all right. Stay here. The glide works for you. Oh, well, I've got to pay attention. It's trying to adjust the climb. I'm trying to get us to 60,000 feet carefully to overspeed. So it's obviously interesting. It looks to me like when I click Max Cruise, Max Climb, it alters the speed, because when we're in that, it's not building speed, and yet when I go out of it, we then are building speed, so I'm certainly interested to see this. Glide works for me in Xplane 11, just make sure to arm glide below 1 dot. Oh, yes, arm the glide when when this white arrow is below 1 dot. Okay, thank you for the tip. We'll look out for that when we start doing it. Thanks for that, Daniel. We'll look for that to make sure we get that right. We're making good progress along down the coast here then, and we've got New York coming up soon. Oh wow, it's climbing really quickly then. I wonder what Max Climb, Max Cruise doing there, because the plane seems really keen to climb now. We're actually overspeeding and I'm doing about 4,000 feet per minute climb here. Interesting. Yes, okay, brilliant. Thanks, Dan. We'll try that. Taft telling me we've got visibility 6 miles, clear sky, 9 miles an hour. Taft reckons the winds are 290 at 10, and the METAR reckons they're 300 at 11. Apparently we should always go for the TAS. There's something else reading. Right, anyway, we levelled off at 60,000 feet, so we've got to actually do something now. So I'm just going to throttle back quite a lot there, because we're doing 2.06, really overspeeding there. So if we throttle back, so we're going to throttle back to Mach 2.01, because at which point I'm going to engage Mach hold. Now Mach hold I find always goes a little bit over what you ask it to do, so if we engage it at 2.01, it should hold us at about 2.02. Now we're at 60,000 feet, then we can put the engine rating into cruise mode, and into the back then, we just quick check we've still got all the fuel going. We've got 11 and 10 starting to run a bit low, that's fine. 5A and 7A can be switched off, won't be used again. Brake fans are all good, engine control schedule is in the normal position. Everything seems all cool. We're in the party plane of the skies here at 60,000 feet on top of the world. Apart from the 3 other Concordes also flying with us, we're very high up. I don't know if they're flying with us, but we'll wait. We're going to look to watch these guys land, as it's always a treat seeing some other Concordes land too. I'm going to set my vertical speed now to 0. Don't do it. Okay, 0. Quite a lot of wind up here. What's our wind looking like? We normally think of the winds up at here, this altitude, to be almost negligible, but it would appear that in an Xplane 11 that's very much true. The plane's like a rock up at this altitude, whereas we've got a lot of movement going on from the wind here. Mito was, sorry, not Mito, Mike, oh, I've forgotten his name, sorry, was suggesting that we set the track heading on, disengage the autopilot, select track heading, wait for 10 seconds before re-engaging. It should sort itself out. Captain Palmtree, the 3 other Concordes should be with you. Ah, I know 2 of them who are going. Ah, brilliant! You're a very good captain, Pierre Chasang. Thanks very much. Thank you. Ah, brilliant. So they are going along. Okay, brilliant. Well, we will definitely wait then. So thanks very much, everyone, for flying along with us.
I'm just testing out Xplane 12 now.
Have you already downloaded it?
Yeah.
That was quick. It's the demo. What does the demo consist of, if I may ask?
It consists of the 330.
Right.
Basically the basic planes and a few airports in North America.
Are you able to fly sort of IFR flights or sort of just between them?
To be honest, you only get about 15 minutes of flight time, so it's not the greatest, but it works.
I've got BOAC who's told us to do the track heading. He said, wait a bit. Okay, so if I disengage it, I am worried about it descending. Select track heading, do I? And then just hold still, do I? Just leave it to hold still? It'll sort itself out. Ooh, it's wandering. Oh, okay, I'm waiting. I don't want to wait too long. Oh, my manual flying skills are not very good at this altitude. Right. I'm going to re-engage it there. Should that... We reckon that will help, will we? Right. Lovely.
What I'm not awfully too impressed with is the cockpit textures on the A330.
Make sure your graphics settings are up, James, you know?
Oh, they're all on Ultra.
Ah, right.
I'm going to go disable the flight computers just to test something.
Oh yeah, well wait, no problem. Thanks very much, BOC. He's going to try and find how to fix that oscillation thing. Thanks very much.
Yeah.
Be interesting to see because we seem to be having that problem. But that's all right. Well, thanks very much.
Well, I'm quite impressed with that actually.
It's a good little sim.
The outside textures look quite nice. Very nice.
Question from Super 6 Bravo. Can you fly this with the GPS not having to use the INS? You certainly can. If you click on here on this little GPS iPad thing, you definitely can. You do not have to use that. If you click on this, I can't quite remember the procedure, but it's essentially the same as most other aircraft. If you don't want to use the INS, you click Flight Plan, and you can program in the waypoints from here. But because that is a bit crazy, if I'm right, we did it once, didn't we, Jones? You can if you save your flight plans, so once you say I wanted to download, if I pop up my one from SimBrief, look, I think we all know how to do this, but it might as well be worth going over it just to make sure. If we go on our little mini whiteboard thing there we go. Take our flight plan here, say like this, go down to the bottom. If I want to download it for Xplane 11/12, I hit download, it downloads. From there, I simply move it into my FMS flight plans, and once I've done that, we should be good to go. If you move it across into your into your FMS file, you should then be able to just select it from there. We've got the instructions, so we'll get. Cannot completely solve any oscillation, but we might come up with an update for medium wind situations in the future. Oh, here we go. Switch on turbulence mode. Turb will not fully solve strong wind. Switch the INS to wind. So turbulence mode. Oh, it's slowed it down. You're right. It's reduced it. That's a lot better. With low to medium. Sorry, give me a second, James. With low to medium wind, a certain oscillation might persist and not strong in the video though. Thank you. Switch off the AP. Flying restart later. Thanks very much, BOC. That even just that turbulence mode seems to have resolved it a little bit. It's getting a lot smoother. It's reducing it a little bit. Thank you very much.
Wow, that's
Super 6 Bravo, no problem. Thank you. Spikefly, hey pilot, I was wondering which aircraft is worth it, A350 or Rotate MD-80. Ooh, is this the Flight Factor A350? So yeah, good. I think I agree with James. Yeah, Flight Factor A350. The Rotate is I haven't really, I don't use it. I've heard it's yeah, interesting and potentially not the most highest, not the highest in quality, but still I think it's very good. You know, it's nice to have the MD-80, but then for me the A350. You can mod it with to get the 1000 as well, and that's, you know, wow, that's a lovely plane. So I would recommend the 350. It's very good. There are some odd things it does, but you know, in terms of depth, it's very good. I'd compare it to the sort of level of the tallest in terms of depth. It's not quite sturdy, but it's very detailed.
It is very good because I can sit there flying the A350 with my tea on the table and still fly the plane.
Ah, yeah.
That's what I generally do.
That's, well, yeah, it's very technological parts. BOAC said big no for the 350 because of its stability issues. Okay. Does it cause some sims to crash? I haven't actually had that on mine, but I can see it's quite frame heavy. It's quite a frame heavy aircraft, and it could. Although I would still, maybe not so much in Xplane 12, but in Xplane 11 it's very good. Although it has come across to 12, and I've got it. I haven't really done much flying with you. I'll get back to you at some point once I've done some more testing of the aircraft, and pushed it to its limits a bit more, I guess. Right, overhead then, cruise, we're in flight. Got our seatbelt signs off, and we're cruising with the no heaters. As our temperature on the skin is 128, a little bit hot. So I'll just try and I'm gonna prime up 350 knots. That's just ahead of our descent, just because it seems like a more round number. Lovely. So, everything seems all good, yeah. How are you finding Xplane 12 then, James? You still having a little mooch around in it then now?
Oh no, I decided to turn it off so I can stream.
Okay, yeah.
It did look quite good though.
Yeah, I'd recommend it. If you know, look into it at some point, I'd recommend it.
It is. Look rather spiffing actually. Thinking about the 1%. I do like the A330 though, because I flew on it earlier last year. And it's a really nice plane.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was the best upload I've ever had. I was supposed to be on a 737, and then I got bumped to an A330.
I tell you what, it's the best holiday you've ever had because you were on a 330.
Oh yeah. Yes.
Should we do some of the noise testing? I haven't actually done this. I often don't do these tests because in a sim, of course, you know it's all going to work. So like, I don't really do it, but make some good noise on the test. Yeah, very good. Fuel status check. Sit rep. We are 27 tons at 60,000 feet, Mach 2.02. The engine is throttled down now to 98% RPM, which is good. The fuel flow's come down to 46, which is slightly lower than it was up at full power, which is very nice. So I'm very pleased about that. At least we're leaving a little bit less fuel. As we down to 27 tons, it's starting to get a little bit low. But then as I said, with the descent we use barely any, and we're starting to get towards that point. So I think we're probably all right. We're in the good, okay section. We just
remember that stream?
Go on, sorry.
Sorry. Remember that stream we did a bit ago where we landed with stupidly low amounts of fuel? Because
a Concorde stream.
It was, yes.
Ah, I will have to recall that. There's been some interesting Concorde streams in the past. If you scroll down through our videos, you'll find moments of gears coming down at 60,000 feet and alike. So, you know, yeah, there's some interesting stuff. My personal favourite of all our interesting events when we've been flying is, I think my favourite is the one where we took off and the plane just started rolling to the left for no real reason, and we flew the whole way with a sort of 30-degree roll to the left. That was quite interesting.
Oh yes.
That was quite
Wasn't
fun.
that the Beaver Pillow Concorde 1?
Quite potentially, yes.
Yes.
GBOC maybe in updated for V12, yes. Oh, sorry, Super obviously. The A350 is absolutely fine in Xplane 12, just update it. No issues. Yeah, okay. Right, well, yeah, I guess we just got to update it. Clive says he flies the A350, no issues too. Oh, right, yeah. Super 6 Bravo, thanks very much, guy. Thanks very much. Thanks for joining us.
Yes, very good to have more people on the stream. Very nice.
Thank you. Enable failures and you'll have to do all the tests. Yes. You're right, Mr. BAC. We should, shouldn't we? Enable failures. Is that a settings? Yes. Is that a settings in here? Oh no, you mean generally. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Should we turn on the cruise speech? He's going to go through all the previous stuff he's done now. Okay, I'll leave him on. He annoys me slightly, but I'll leave him on. It's only when he tells you you're trimmed in the wrong position or whatever, but I think it's very good.
Oh yeah, I was departing his phone. He's like, fuel trim to light, fuel trim to... Yeah, I think it just sort of broke. He just kept saying it, and in the end I just turned off the sound.
Yeah. He does his best, you know. It's a tough job. Yeah, it's a tough job.
Yeah.
Right. Our descent then, I'm just looking at the INS here. Our descent is going to be Kesup. Oh, no, sorry. No.
Kesup?
Yeah, right, so decel point is Kenda, 60 miles from Kenda, which is waypoint 15, which in our INS is now going to be waypoint 6. So, we're currently going 2 to 3. So, waypoint 6, so I'm just going to dial it in there so I can see where it is. So we've got not far to go until 3, Malby. Carrying on along. We're coming down the sort of coast of the US now, or northern Canada rather. We're making our way down south. So Sydney and Halifax we're coming along down. Gulf of Maine there on our right will be soon, and then we'll be passing Boston and into New York.
Oh yes.
Unfortunately no controllers online in New York though. Oh, New Year, New York is the event on this evening in Kennedy. I can't believe I missed that. Ah, well. So if you are looking to fly to that, do go for it.
Leave New York Centre's on 122.8.
Very funny. James is referring, of course, to Unicom. I'd like to say, if you guys are enjoying Mr. Aviation's company as much as I am, do go check out his channel on James Aviation.
He says that with gritted teeth on a sarcastic tone.
No, it's true. Thank you very much for joining us. If you two would like to come have a chat, let us know your thoughts on V3 or anything like that. Join the Discord through the link or that link pinned will take you straight in here. Come say hi to us. Come say hi and let us know your thoughts. Jones Asian here, letting us know his too. So thank you.
Yes.
We're leveled at 60 then.
Because showing my thoughts is something I do very much.
So we're doing a 1200 miles per hour, which is not bad. And then if we go into the front there, sorry, we're looking at our ground speed in knots is about 1072. I tend to think in knots it should be doing about 1150 or 1200 if we're lucky. So you can see we've got quite a strong headwind. The wind here is looking to be 236 at 90, which unfortunately when our heading is 240. There's quite a big headwind.
Yes.
So we've got quite a lot of slowdown.
I don't know why, I just thought that well, you see, our ground speed is approximately 1200 miles an hour, which is alright.
Yeah, it's alright.
It's alright.
It's not bad. Enable failures, we have to do all the tests. Yeah. Oh, sorry, I'm reading the old chat there. Yeah. Wow.
It's
Yeah.
not
Well,
bad, is it, Bill?
Right, I'm just doing a quick check here. It looks like, so I was messing around with my settings. It looks like you guys are able to watch in 1080p. That's quite nice. Bearing in mind my monitor's only 1080p. That's not bad. Let's get a re-update of our METAR, see what we're looking at. Winds are still 300 at 11. That's good. We'll be landing 3-1 right.
Bearing in mind my monitor is made of stone.
Is it like one of the old monitors, you know, that extends a long way, you know, like a proper TV?
It is a TV, because
Right.
we got a new TV, so I just took the old one.
Oh, fair enough.
This is mine now.
That's a fair way to do it.
Yeah.
I think that's, you know, a claim, a rightful claim.
It is, yeah. I just commandeered the TV under the name of His Majesty.
Perfectly legal.
Yes.
Right, I'm checking our arrival. I just want to see how close we are. So because we're shooting down the coast, we've got... Just checking where we are. Trying to match up. So we're about to pass waypoint 3, waypoint 4, 5, and then 6. Oh, okay, so waypoint 6 is off the south coast of Boston. So it's sort of down here-ish. So we're going to be making our way down and around and down towards there. Oh, well, there you go. So interestingly, the iPad, as I call it, with GPS, if you believe it's good, will show you the route you've programmed on the INS. So for us here, it's got all the coordinates programmed in on the INS. You can see our routing, what we're doing there. We're going along Halifax and then down out south. So this is the route Concorde used to fly. If you want to find out the routes, hop into the Pillow Pilot Discord server. Hop into my server and come have a look at the routes. We've got a Concorde route information page on there with all the nice routes there, which I have copied across from the website so that you guys can have all the waypoints just for flying Concorde, so that we can experience the proper routes you would fly. Because of course, going back to, we don't really want to fly on the same routes as other airliners, as congestion would stop us from climbing necessarily, and other problems with that nature. So we like to
be rocking over them.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's right. Actually, going over them, we'd make a nice boom, which I don't think would be very pleasing to the passengers. So,
no.
Yes, that's how we're going to do it. We'd add 25 tons of fuel. I'm a little concerned. That's quite a lot of fuel burn. Okay. We'll be keeping a rather close, watchful eye on this situation. We've got 938 nautical miles, apparently, range estimate, according to that, if we continue with our 25 tons of fuel. How far have we got to go? I will have to open Volanta to check that. Let's open up Volanta. Let's have a look-see. Daniel, that's a nice photo of Concorde there. I can even remember my login for that. Hold on.
Oh yes.
That's a beautiful photo. Very nice. Brilliant.
I've just checked, and I've just seen that I parked up at the gate at New York with 64 kilos of fuel left from that stream that we did.
Oh wow! Oh wow! Yeah.
That's what I mean by stupidly low amounts of fuel that we ended up with. That was one of many mishaps that have happened.
It's been interesting.
It certainly has.
Sorry, to keep you up, so we give some context to that. Me and James Aviation have two different YouTube channels, but we often like to fly along together. As it's good fun, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
I say exciting moments, I suppose. You should have been here earlier. I forgot to trim 2 flights. I was trying to, be grumpy and blame it on the plane, but unfortunately, it was my own error. I forgot to trim 2 flights. So it wouldn't pull up, and we sort of started to nosedive as I increased the speed quite a lot. So you got to pay attention to these things. So it's always interesting flying Concorde. As what do they the pilots always used to say it's never a typical bus journey, and well, it certainly isn't. So decided to land on the old runway EGL offline, of course. Oh wow! Yes, yes, it certainly does have an old runway. Interesting choice, deciding to land across that. Wow, yeah. Fair play to you. That's takes the guts. Right, Volanta reckons. Let's have a look at the flight. We've got 666 miles to go, and the plane reckons we have 900 miles of fuel. Oh, there's no problem then. What am I worrying about? It reckons we'll arrive at 4:30 in the afternoon UK time, which is 16:33 Zulu. And then, Mito, of course. That's you behind us. Fantastic. Hello. Lovely to see you. Welcome, my lord. So we've got Boston Centre. Oh, we'll clip Boston. We'll just sort of cut into his airspace slightly, which means I guess we should probably, well, Mac will contact him as we slide through. I'd say we'll just be just across the southern sort of corner of it, so we'll have to make sure we say hi. Can I ask, is anyone in the chat flying the DC Designs Concorde for Microsoft Flight Simulator? I haven't tried it out. I don't really know much about it, but let me know if you have. I'd like to hear your thoughts. Casey, nearly there? Yeah, we're getting there. 600 miles to go, which is quite a long flight, which we've been doing. I think we're starting to get there, aren't we? Let's have a look. How much have we done? Reckons 30 minutes remaining. Not bad. We've done pretty good here. We've made pretty good progress.
Yes.
Right, before we start doing the complicated matter of descent, I am going to pop out to grab a quick drink of water and pop to the loo, and then I will be back for the full procedure of landing. So I will... Yes. Video's making you want to... Sorry, Super 6 Bravo before I go. Video making you want to buy this. This scares me. I agree. I flew the study level sort of Airbuses and things, and then looking at Concorde, I was like, no, I'll be fine. And then my first flight, I took off and went straight to the end of the runway, off the end of the runway. So it didn't go so well. So it is quite scary. But then, you know what? You put a bit of practice in. Offline first, definitely. And then get used to it, yeah. But it's the MSF one is not very good. Yeah, it's a bit odd, but I don't know, you know. Yeah. But then, yeah, it's so much fun, isn't it? You know, we've just crossed the whole Atlantic in a couple of hours. I mean, that's pretty good fun. Because we often I get asked to fly to exotic places, and this plane allows us to do just that, but in reasonable time. Right, catch you all in a minute then on the stream. We'll be back in a bit. Thanks very much. Bye-bye. Hello! I'm back. Right. Right, I'm ready now for the arrival. And ready to land.
Hello, back, I'm Jones.
Jen Javation, welcome to join us again.
Hello. Don't worry, I haven't announced anything.
That's alright.
I haven't spread my views.
Good. No, lovely.
We'd be left with a very small audience.
What, sorry?
We'd be left with a very small audience if we did.
Yes. Yeah. Right, waypoint 6 is our descent. We're passing through waypoint 4. We're getting there. Now, I have famous last words on the YouTube tutorial I showed. This is sort of like a behind the scenes of the YouTube tutorial. On the YouTube tutorial I recorded, I was very confident. I was very confident that 60 miles from waypoint Kenda is quite an early descent, and I was like, oh yeah, you don't need to descend early. But we ended up having to do a circle because we were too high. So I think we will descend at 60 as per the procedures. So we don't want to get too close. Right. Let's have a look. Coming to 703. I want to say that's that one. Nope. Oh, that one. So 465. So we're passing waypoint 4, so we're just making a quick. Waypoint 5 is very close to waypoint 4, and then Kenda's a bit of a distance off, so we'll start to get ready for our descent. Let's check our METAR again, then the wind's still 309, so slightly less there, and 290 at 10 according to the TAF. Okay, so we're going to definitely then, I'm going to make the final choice, we're going to be landing runway 31 right into Kennedy, as that will give us the quick vacate straight into T4. We're going to try and vacate off of Bravo at the end there. Oh, sorry, Whiskey onto Bravo, straight to the stand, depending on where I touch down. We'll be on the ILS then, which means we need the nav of 1115 put in, and of course the 314 there. From our waypoint Camrn, as we come round and head sort of from Owenz actually, I'm going to continue the heading previously from Owenz and cut out Camrn. Camrn is the final waypoint if you were going onto the Parkway visual, which Concorde often did, but on Sundays when it didn't like today, it would probably be wiser to skip that waypoint and cut round into New York directly. So that's what we shall do. We're going to need to be 3,000 at Cathod for our ILS, descending to 1900 from there. Cool. That seems all good. And then from there we'll just taxi into the stand we would normally. I like the repositioning of the tablet onto the left. I think that's quite effective. It's quite effective little thing we've done here. So pleased with that. Very good.
Now I want to do a light.
Very nice.
Caution. Fuel status.
Okay, that's the
20
warning.
tons.
Fuel status of 20 tons. So it's going through 20 tons. If we can check, that should be, I think, about 600 miles or so, 744, even more. Of course, we want to be landing with no less than 5 tons, and preferably 10 tons. We want to be on the approach with 10 tons, as that gives us the opportunity to do a go around if need be. So we've got to try and be efficient on our arrival here. So from Kenda, making that snappy right turn, possibly snappy right turn to Linnd, then Owenz, and continuing that up straight onto the ILS, capturing to try and be nice and efficient with our fuel burn usage.
Hear me screwing these things into the TC, I'll let you know, and I'll mute the mic.
Right.
I don't want it coming through on the stream.
Right, there we go, guys. If you're on the channel, I completely forgotten. I hadn't put in the Air France routes, so now they're in there for you. Casey, isn't this above average flight time for this time with Concorde? Just thinking that myself. We've been airborne now for a long time. Looks like the winds are just not in our favour today. I would have said we'd be landing at around 4 o'clock, but now it's getting been a while now. We've been airborne now for 2 hours and 46 minutes. That is a long time. Normally this flight length with Concorde would take us around 2 hours and a half to be, or 2 hours 15 to get to where we are now. So you're right, yes, Casey, this is a little bit longer than we should be. Which looks like, I'm looking at Mito behind us as well. We've just both got very strong headwinds and just seem to be plaguing us all the way across the Atlantic here. And we've just had this really strong headwind cutting into us. If you have a look here. Have a look here on the wind setting. We've got 55 knots or so, which is a bit less than it was, so we've accelerated slightly, but it's been quite heavy. Very good. So at Distance Jones, you can, Jones Aviation, say hi. We're joined up here in the flight deck with him. He's we're doing a Q&A session with him now. He's been giving us our thoughts. And thanks on that. So thanks very much, then. For the descent, I'm going to be stepping away from Discord here, just so we can get the landing organised, and then
no worries.
We'll say hi. So thanks very much for joining us.
No problem. No problem at all.
So suddenly the iPad seems incredibly bright. That's just me. Don't zoom in.
Mr. Casey, how are you this afternoon? Yeah.
Meter 62 knots, yeah. Yeah, we've got a strong winds. Strong winds. That's definitely 18 tons of fuel. Still alright. We're on our way now to waypoint 6, 5 to 6. So we're now coming up to our descent. So 186 miles to go till Kenda. We begin our descent at 60 nautical miles away. So at 186, at 100 miles, we're going to be switching on our seatbelt signs and sorting our final couple of bits and bobs. So we've got our arrival information. We're going to tune up the Kennedy VOR to the side, which is 115.9er. We put that onto the first officer side there. You can see that it should pick it up on DME2 when we get a little bit closer. We switch into rad. When we get a bit closer, we should pick up the Kennedy VOR. And that'll give us a direct range to Kennedy, which should give us a good idea of how much descent rate we get, what the descent rate should be. Ahead of our descent, then I've got 350 knots on the auto throttle, looking to achieve that later in the descent. As it's in altitude hold mode, I can prime up our initial descent, which is going to be 19,000 feet. Oh, sorry, 20,000 feet. Just a rough estimate there, just to give us, it's a checkpoint on the way down, as it were. So, on the overhead then, 168 miles, we're going to switch on the seatbelt signs for the passengers in the back there, just to get them all moving back into their seats, you know, so they go, oh yeah, right, it's time.
Oh yeah, it's time to put my champagne away and just put the seatbelt on.
Exactly, James, that's it. So they start moving back and they clear off. I'm just going to do a quick sound check, guys, back in a sec. Sorry, all I hadn't quite realised how quiet I was. I hadn't done one since we pushed off the stand. I assume we could all hear, hopefully alright, but apologies for a little bit quiet there. I've turned it up a little bit better there, so hopefully that should work. Looks like you're experiencing the same issues aloft that I am. There is a constant shock turbulence of Xplane 12 for real weather. Jeffrey, yeah, it appears the same as me. That's exactly it. That's the same thing I've got. It just is a bit of an issue, isn't it? It just seems to be something we've got going on in Concorde at the moment. I'm not really sure how to deal with it, and I'm not really sure how to get rid of it. Right, 60,000 feet then, life is a good. We are getting ready for our descent then. So we're 138 miles. Oh, put down that side. 138 miles then. We've got Concorde going along nicely there here. Right, I just got to turn on the light in my room, back in a sec. Okay, sorry. Right, okay, we're all back. So, 120 miles there. Thanks very much, everybody in the Discord. I'm going to be ending our little Discord conference there. So, thanks very much for joining us, Jones. Thanks very much for having a nice chat. It's been a pleasure. Thank you very much. Catch you in a bit, mate. Bye. And we've ended the event. So thanks very much to everyone who participated in that. Do come say hi in here. 60 knot heavy isn't unusual at all flying west of the pond. Oh yeah, I suppose so. It's not so, as you say, our ground speed look now up to about 130 or so. When earlier on when we were flying across from slightly further back, our ground speed was 1005. It was really slow. We were chugging along. we had a serious headwind slightly earlier on. You're right, it's not so bad now, but it was quite heavy earlier on. I'm going to turn the brake fans on then ahead of the descent and set the engine control schedule to approach ahead of our descent and arrival there. So, plan then is, as from what I can tell, if we start our descent, we trim forward descent, descend quickly, and then trim back to flight as we get lower, and then trim to landing below 10,000, and we have to be going quite slow to be trimmed to landing. That is the desired plan that we'll begin acting on today. $90 miles to go then. We picked up the Kennedy VOR there, 213 nautical miles. That's good. That's a good ranging there. There we go. We've got the New York off to our right. We've got Boston and Boston approach. You can see good. Close that. See them nicely in the distance there. We're still outside Boston's airspace, and we will be hopefully for the rest of our arrival, as we don't want to bother him as we're going into Kennedy. Yeah, look, so we're going to be landing. Oh, well, I just want to see where he's taken off. Which one he's taken off from? Oh, he's done a full circle. He's done the canals. Yeah, so we're going to be landing runway 31 right for our landing. Right. 76 miles to go then, so vertical speed climbed up to 2,000. I'm going to turn off the auto throttle, start to throttle back and do altitude acquire vertical speed, and we're going to start to throttle back there to the indicated arrow, which gives us an N2 of about 92% or so, or about 90% if we're lucky. It's a little bit lower, so I'm just going to increase the throttle slightly there. We want it to be around 90. There we go. Good, we're descending nicely there. There we go. We are in descent. So if I just test the trim for descent then here. Oh, well, that's bad. Okay, it wasn't happy with that. I'll leave it in flight mode then. And I start getting warnings, so I don't think it's happy about me there. Right, into descent then we trim back to engine flight rating into the climb position. And as we start to warm up, we're going to turn on our heaters, but we're still at 124 degrees outside, so no need to quite yet. Waypoint 6 is waypoint Kenda. Waypoint 7 is Linnd, Owenz, and then Camrn. We won't be going to Camrn. From Owenz, which is waypoint 8, we're going to go on a heading of about 350 or so, and from just to bring us in onto the ILS for 31 right. Camrn is great if you're going into the Parkway visual, but if you're not, I recommend skipping it out because it brings you right up below Kennedy. So yeah. Yeah, no, not now yet, exactly. Trim for descent went 1.5, yeah. A little bit lower. Good. Seems good on the overhead panel then. Everybody's in their seats. We've been enjoying our party across the Atlantic. I'm sure passengers don't mind. They were still at Mach 2, and you know what? They will get to have a little bit more time up in the aircraft going at this speed and altitude. I think they're probably very happy. I think it's been a good flight. For them, at least. It's been a bit of a long one for us. It's taken longer than I thought it would. But that's alright. Okay. Looking out the window. It's very nice. Right at the front of the plane here in this one. And the BOAC livery again has been serving us well during this flight. Very snazzy looking livery. Quite a lot of power then. I'm just going to back it up to about 90 as I said. Looking for 90 on this end. That arrow gives us it about that. And so we're a little bit above that here. A lot of fluctuation in the speed there, so we need to look out for that, just make sure it's not sending too much. When we come up to our turn here around Kenda, as we're descending and turning, you have to watch it because the plane gets a little bit unstable when you go around corners and you're descending or climbing quite steeply like we are. So, as this happens, we're just going to make sure it keeps descending nicely and doesn't get too panicky. Brilliant, so we're now descending through flight level 520 all the way down to 200 for the arrival. There we go, there, checking it around the corner, all seems fine. Brilliant, 50,000. We're coming down nicely there. We're through Mach 1.5. So at this point, we would trim for descent. Although we're descending quite comfortably here, but we'll trim to descent now. So there we go. He's trimmed for descent. The speed will start to really bleed off now at this point. What's BOAC? In real life, Concorde registrations are not said BOAC, but if it's Golf BOAC, you'd say Alpha Charlie. Yeah, no, we're flying the BOAC livery, you know? The BOAC, the old, lovely BOAC. But yes, you're right, you're right. If I was describing an aircraft by its registration, of course. But in our case here, I was referring to the livery. Apologies if I confused. But yes, you're right. Yeah. Lovely. Another wobble with a bit unstable on our way down. I'll turn off the turbulence mode. Just like to something. Oh, we've got a warning now. What's going on? That ring sounded like a ship's boat, you know? Get that, some sort of boat warning. $44,000 feet, so we can start to reduce our power just by a tad. Not by much. 142 miles to run into Kennedy. We'll let Unicom know what we're up to. Unicom, Kennedy traffic, speedbird Concorde 3, descending through flight level 440 for flight level 200. For the ILS runway 31 right, speedbird Concorde 3. How many hours do I have on Vatsim? Let's have a look-see. I think it was something in... I think I was up into the 2000s before, I'm not sure. Let's have a look. Of course, I've got a lot of work at the moment, so I can't always do it, but let's have a look-see. As a pilot, I've got 1,126 hours. That's not bad. Bearing in mind, I only really fly as when I stream at the moment, unfortunately. I got the rest of year 11, unfortunately, starting to catch up with us. But, you know, it's the way things go, I suppose. No, go on. Why does the bell ring? Let us know. Slowing up to 350. No, go on then, BOC. Let us know why the bell rings. thank you very much. I see a quiet 350 knots. There's, we're just coming up to it. Let it.
Auto throttle off.
Alright, sorry.
350 knots.
Fuel warning there, it's gone orange as we're down below 15 tons of fuel. Continuing on our way down. Lovely. Oh, it becomes trim changes. Well, I guessed it was something to do with trim. That's interesting. I wonder if I have a warning every time your trim changes. It certainly is going every time he moves it.
Check trim setting. Check trim setting.
Thank you.
Fuel trim to flight.
We're going back into flight there. I think that's making it more comfortable. There we go. Yeah, there we go. It's happy with that. Because trim changes, yeah. Interesting. Alright then. Heading towards waypoint 8. We won't head towards waypoint 9, so from waypoint 8 we'll take manual heading mode and shoot up onto the ILS. So I zoom out a long way. We're down here, look. So we're pretty much holding our present heading with a slight adjustment right. It's about a heading of 315, I'd be prepared to say. So we're going to track heading in a second as we get closer. We're holding 350 knots at a good descent right there. Bit of wobble on the plane as we're going down, but that's alright. Descending nicely then. So, we've got 20,000 feet coming up on the left. These speeds on the left here are not our landing speeds yet. When we trim for landing, we can then click on them. They will still be trying to show us our V1, VR and V2 based on our current weight. Once we trim for landing and click on it, it will then show us what our stuff is, what our actual thing, our actual VFE speeds and VR touchdown speeds are. Heaters are all turned on now, so I notice temperatures starting to get a little bit cold. 5 and 7 are empty, 11 and 10 are empty. Yep, there you go. So I'm going to turn off the D-air pumps up there and down there. Continue our descent nicely. Brake fans are on and the engine control shows us in the flyover position. We are descending well. Fly, hey! You've shared a flight. No, it's almost ended in a crash. Oh no, well, I'll have a look. Sounds interesting. Co-pilot took over and did a go around. Wow, that is slow. For those not wondering, let me show you on the stream. Look, that's the kind of altitude he was going over some of these buildings. Look, pretty low, so no wonder. Crazy. Visual impaired conditions, I know what you mean. I did that a couple of times. Not a good idea, is it? Yeah, go on then. Yeah, send us that, please. Yeah. Send us that document. That'd be nice. Be interested to see compared to what the plane reckons. Because you're right, it can be a little bit dodgy. But, I was reading some of the operating procedures from the Haynes manual I've got of Concorde, and it was suggesting that the aircraft. Let's have a look. What does it say here? Let's have a look. See, does it tell us?
30,000 feet.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. Right, oh there we go. Final approach should be flown at 190 knots regardless of weight until 800 feet, where we're going to slow to our VREF plus 7. So you're right, we need our VREF speed, don't we? Sorry, didn't mean to click that one. Oh, got some things. Yeah, I'd love to have a look at that. Thanks. Right, we'll set up our minimums then for landing. On this ILS, they're going to be 212. Thanks, Metro. No, that's cool. Yeah, share it over. Thanks. Landing weight. Let's have a look at our landing weight. Current weight is 104, so I imagine it'll be about 102 by the time we land. VREF will be 155. Thank you. See how the plane matches that up. 155, so therefore we'll be at 162 for our final approach speed. 26,000 then. We are 74 miles away from the airport. Ooh, getting a bit close for my liking. We're going to make a slight right then. Go track heading there. Just passing through waypoint 8, so we're into track heading mode now. There we go. We switch to rad then on the aircraft. We've turned right, just continue our right to 320. And our descent is coming down nicely. Try to division put 29 PVM with terrible visuals. Yeah. It's good fun flying in the crazy weather. It's good. You know, you go, it's great. It's a bit crazy. It's good. Right. Thanks very much, Meter. That's brilliant. Right. Let's just check the Q and the altimeter. It's going to be 3016. Might as well tune that up now. .16 put in. 43. That's fine. The winds are 300 at 9. Just bear that in mind. Continue our descent then. 7,000. Brilliant. $23,000 for good. We're good on our descent path. Everything seems very good. Descending nicely. Weather in here is a lot better in Kennedy than it is over back at Heathrow. It's not good there. We've got broken clouds now at a height of 7,000 over Kennedy. It's no longer there, overcast at 9,000, which I was originally looking at. So it's nice to see that we've got a bit lower and a bit less cloud. That's good. Cool. Very good. We'll set the altimeter over on his side too. We're doing it a little bit early, of course. Transition altitude here is 18,000. Yeah, so we're doing it a little bit early, but knowing that we're going to continue descending straight through it and down to 2,000, we can do it a little bit early. After that, we put the noise straight up to be able to get low. Chunks it low. Oh no, transition altitude US is 18,000. Yeah. Well, I'm down in San Juan. Is my controlling. But often I do the Juliana one, which is ICAO instead. I think we got to stream that again soon. Actually, we got to stream that again soon. We got to have a look. I see you're in New York. Ah, okay, yeah. Yeah, down in the Caribbean, man. Caribbean. That's alright. Right, looking at this one, it's kind of cheating as a way to look at our navigational stuff, but we haven't picked up the Kennedy yet, so this first officer got it. So let's switch them across. Put the IS on his side, so I remember it, and put our Kennedy on here, because then, look, if we go like this, yes, that heading takes us direct to Kennedy. We need to be slightly further right of that so that we can get to our heading, so we need to go slightly more right. ILS was 314. So essentially all I did there, pretty simple, but yeah, it doesn't necessarily make sense. So descending through 16,500 feet with our... Oh, sorry, no. So with our radnav thing, all I did was dial it up and get it so that it's in a straight line. When it's in a straight line, it means that you're pointing directly at it on that necessarily. So for that, Kennedy is directly on a heading of there 330, as indicated there with the straight line. Because we're going onto the ILS, of course, we don't necessarily want to go straight to Kennedy. We're going to start to the right of it. So it's heading 340 works for us. Coming down to 15,000 then. All seems very good. Oh, you can't say that anymore. It's not Christmas time. I say, nah. Well, Princess Juliana is, but San Juan is San Juan's FAA. Climb initially 5,000. Expect flight level 45 later. That sort of thing. So San Juan's FAA. So I've dipped my toe in the water with the FAA stuff, but I quite like the ICO phraseology. So I mainly switch back to Juliana. As we get closer, you'll find it gets slightly more dodgy, this system. As it starts to get closer, we go round it and start to curve around it a bit. So, but you can see by doing that method that we're now pointing almost straight into the ILS. So that's worked quite well. So now we're doing it, we can switch back to our heading, to our ILS frequency of 115, and give him over to the frequency of Kennedy. As we no longer are going to need it on our side because we've got that heading we wanted. That's about it. Bright shadows. Sun is bright today. Local time here in Kennedy. Let's have a quick look. Must be early. 11:43. Early in the morning. Right, 314 on the ILS. Tubed up. There we go. We've got the ILS detected there. Look. 34 miles to run. It's got us all picked up. All nice and good. So we'll start to slow back 330 knots. Just make sure Kennedy knows what we're doing. Kennedy traffic, Pushback Concorde 3, establishing on the ILS runway 31 right. Kennedy traffic, Pushback Concorde 3, 32 miles. Right, I'm going to zoom in our radar a little bit so we can get a little bit closer. To see who's actually within our vicinity. And there we go, you can see we're starting to come right up to it. Let's, flight directors leave on, slow right up to 250 knots. I'll just increase our descent rate slightly. Punch the descent rate up a little bit.
10,000 feet.
Thank you, 10,000, very nice. We're not slowing up, so I'll just put those reverser caps out. So they put out the secondary set of reversers on the two inboard engines. And all that does is just the caps, no thrust going through it necessarily, only the idle power. And it just really helps to knock off the speed if you're in a steep descent. I recommend doing that, and you'll lose some speed and altitude very quickly. Continue, going to dial up 3,000 feet, as that's the altitude required for the ILS. Yeah, we're coming in towards Catod, which Catod will be 3,000. Zulab, which is where the glide slope starts, is at 1,900, so we'll make that descent step manually, and then from there we'll capture the ILS. And the glide. Lovely. There's the coast. There's land. Land ahoy. You can see it finally. Get on our landing lights and our turn-off lights. He's going 3-1 left. That's fine. He's on a different runway to us. Apart from that, our brake fans are on. Approach mode is selected. Yep. We are very much good. All ready to arrive. Through 5,021 nautical miles to go, and we'll reduce our descent rate a little bit. Don't have to descend quite so quickly. Just reduce it a little bit. The speed will drop off. I'm going to lower the visor for arrival. Visor's coming down. There we go. In theory, it gives us better visibility. We can see other traffic. Though I cannot see anybody. Oh, there he is. Sorry, that was a bit loud. He's coming in from our right-hand side there. That's the guy establishing on the 3-1 left. Okay. He'll do him, we'll do us. We're going to come left slightly, heading 335, just to make our capture onto the ILS a little bit tighter. And we're going to slow up to 230 knots. And reduce the descent rate a bit. There you go, it's starting to switch to 3,000 feet capture. Prime up, wait for it to level off to hold, and then we'll prime up 1900. As the nose pitches up there, we're going to lower the first set of the nose.
3,000 feet.
Right, that's in. I'll go to altitude hold mode. 1900 primed up. We'll just get a vertical speed set of roughly about 1,000 feet per minute. So there we go, it's holding. Oh, I've just shot through the localizer there, my bad. Kennedy traffic speed of Concorde 3, captured localizer runway 31 right with 15 miles to run. So there we go, that's captured up. I'm now going to select altitude required vertical speed, because we know on our chart we've got to be at Zulab for 1900 to make that final capture. So we'll just descend nice and gently down then, trying to stay with the glide slope and not too much below it. As we can still be at 3,000 at Malby. So actually, I'll tell you what, I'm going to go altitude hold. I'll make that ascent after that point. So, flight engineer needs to trim us for landing now.
Farewell trim to landing.
Forgotten, my bad, I'd forgotten it wasn't already. So, there we go, he's trimmed for landing the aircraft. We're getting a bit of float there. My bad. Right. So, now we're trimmed for landing. We click on here, we get our VREF speed. So, V reference there, we should be 155, it looks to be about 156 or so, and then +7 we're looking for 162. That's actually not too bad, that's pretty accurate. I'm going to set this white marker to 13.5, just under 14, that's just so that I know that's where my tail strike margins are. I'm going to slow to 200, I'm going to slow to 200 knots actually. As we slow to 200 knots then, I am going to begin the descent to 1900, just via manual glide slope mode, and I'm going to lower the nose fully. And we'll drop the gear. Bit of trim changing there. 9 miles, lower the gear. British Airways procedures states that for any aircraft apart from Concorde it'd be 7.5 miles. But with the nose at full, I'd like to get the gear down early to make sure it's all safe, especially after a long supersonic flight like that. Any sort of heat, if it's melted or caused a slight bend in the aluminium, means we could get a problem. But we've got 4 greens, so we're good.
Correction 8 miles from Meals, ILS 31 West, Kennedy.
Good. Slow up 190. And then we're going to hold 190 knots until 800 feet, where we're going to slow to our VREF +7 knots, which is going to be 162. Oh, we've just levelled off there. We're coming up to 1900 levelling there. Good, levelled off at 1900 there. We can see the glide slope starting to come in from above. We're going to wait till we're within 1 knot on the glide, as we've been told. That's the best way, apparently, to get around the Colimata's slight bug where you might find it doesn't work. So we're going to wait for that. There we go, we're on the glide there. And bam, captured. Straight down. Getting ready to take manual control there. We're at 190. It's in IAS hold mode, so I'm going to dial up 162. That's our visual reference speed, and I'm going to take manual control. Autopilot can go off. I'm going to turn off the flight directors, as I'd like to do it, with a bit of manual visual. Zoom in slightly so I can see. I'll point towards the runway. And do it a bit manual then. Ooh. It has got an interesting handling compared to Xplane 11. It feels a lot more sluggish, which I think is more realistic. I think it's not a sports car, it's an old aircraft. If only the weather was this nice in the UK, eh? Have a nice landing, Cap. Thanks very much. Thanks very much. Looking forward to it. nicely there. 700 feet. So 800 feet it says to go to VLF 7. Should we try it? And I'll arm the burners just in case it goes wrong.
500 feet.
Whoop. So it's slowing down to VREF plus 7, which is 162. That feels awfully slow. So, you know, you're as baffled as me are. We're quite low now. Oh, I don't like that. That's not good. No, no, bit power. Let's get speed up a bit. That clearly doesn't seem to quite work. Okay, we'll just retry this thing. Bit less power. We're over the threshold there, so we'll just idle the throttle there. Do it manually.
40, 20, contact.
Arrow down. Reverse is deployed. Okay, so obviously we can't quite slow down 800 feet then, it looks like that takes us a bit slow. We're on the ground, reversers are deployed, speed's coming down, a bit of manual braking there, a little bit early as we touched on quite quickly. Keeping a manual with a bit of manual brakes. Kennedy traffic, Speedbird Concorde 3, touchdown, runway 31 right, vacating left. 50 knots, reversers can come off. Good luck landing it. Thanks. Flight dynamics not okay. Yeah, that was a bit crazy. That was quite good fun. Turn off the lights. We don't really need them for taxiing. We'll bring the nose up to the taxi position. Before we go anywhere else, we're going to get the flight engineer to trim us to the ground to make it the easiest to taxi as possible. Bit of power. We'll vacate left. I'll let Kennedy know. We're clear. Kennedy traffic, Speedbird Concorde 3, yeah, clearing runway 31 left. Oh. Reversers hadn't shut off then, my bad. I was throttling up in the reverser settings. Crazy. There we go. Just coaching it off the runway. Seems like Blutter, thank you. It's not bad. We'll have a look on the replay. You can see, basically, when we stopped slowing down 800 knots, I realised VREF was going to be far too slow. We're having a very high angle of pitch. So I think it looks like for the Colimata Concorde, maintain 190 knots, regardless. And once you come over the threshold, then you can start to idle the throttle and do a nice good flare. But it doesn't look like it's safe to slow down to the VREF too much. It seems to cause quite a lot of problems, especially for us there. It caused a bit of a mayhem. Brilliant. Well, our after landing checklist we can run through, but essentially it's just start to shut down the aircraft. So we've got ILS systems are all off. We would shut down the outboard engines. We're quite light. We probably could, but I think I'm going to leave them on. As you can either have the sort of two engines running at quite high power, or the outboard engines running, or all of them running quite low. So we'll try that. And Speedbird 3 taxiing back to stand.
Kennedy traffic, Delta 1060, center short final, runway 31 left, Kennedy.
Cool, and we're going straight in. That's the advantage of landing here. Engine control shows set to the normal position, N limiter 88%. Turn straight into our stands. As we're coming in. Lovely, what a good landing. That's alright, I'll disarm the burners there, we don't want them on accidentally on the ground. We'll turn off the weather radar. Close that. Down there. And we'll rock into stand 2. Now, Colimata Concorde for replay, you've got to lower the nose and turn back on the lights so you want it to look how you want it to look for the replay of landing. So in realistic flight if we're doing here, or if I was going back to in the commuter Concorde stream, we brought the nose up for the return flight. Here we're just going to leave it down. So we're going to put it down now and turn on our nose lights and our landing lights. But pulling to stand then, we're just looking to go just to the right of the gate there. We'll stop about there. Lovely. Welcome to John F. Kennedy, everyone. Thanks very much for joining us on today's stream. That was good fun. Right, so there's no controller to say goodbye to, so we can just go ahead and disconnect. Disconnected from Vatsim. Oh, I'll tell you what, no, hold on. We'll connect up. We've got planes landing. We've got people landing behind us. Mito and everyone. Let's look at reload of sim brief. I want to see, or SimAware, sorry, I want to see where our planes are. So we're on the ground. There. So also I'm going to enter in our flight time. Let's have a look. How long? Airborne, 3 hours, 25 minutes. Wow. That's pretty standard, actually. I've looked at my other ones. It looks like it's 3 hours 20, 3 hours 30. This is 3 hours 20. So that seems fairly standard for this kind of a thing. All right, that's us down. Let's have a look where the other Concordes are. So we've got Speedbird 7 rocking his way in through Boston. BA5 is on his way in to Kennedy. Wait for you before going to replay. That's my plan. We're gonna hang on. So I'm just gonna leave everything running as it is, engines in idle, and we're just gonna hang fast here. Normally you'd be shutting down by this point, but what we're gonna do is we're gonna hop into tower view, watch Mito land, and ignore the plane over there. Let's have a bit of plane spotting whilst we're here. We've got an Air Can here. Air Canada, yeah, Air Canada Airbus A320. Oh, we've got Delta. Oh, has he landed? Has he just landed? Let's go say hi. There he is, back over there. Delta on the ground. Boeing 737 nonetheless, very nice. Very good. He's taxiing in. Who have we got here? Oh, a Philippine Airbus A320. I think it's just finished pushing back. Fantastic. And then we've got a lovely Airbus A310 taxiing out there. Now, we are waiting for Mito to come into land. He's out there somewhere. Oh, I can see him. He's doing the same route we did. He split from Linnd and he's making his way in. Making his way across. We'll watch this A310 depart whilst we wait for him to come rock up. And then who's that? Lovely aircraft. There's our little BOAC parked over there. BOAC liveried up Concorde, looking nice. So here goes this Fuerte Era Españole. Let's have a look. What's he up to? It's an ANA Airbus A310.
Traffic Alaska 400, airborne passing 4,000.
Going to Kenda.
5 departure to the west, final call Kennedy.
Hey, he's well and gone. Where's he gone? I assume he's gone left. Around the bay. Nope, no visual, he's off. We're in the tower, aren't we? Oh, we're above the tower. There's the Kennedy control tower. As I said, unfortunately I've got default scenery on here, so it doesn't look fantastic, but that's just unfortunately how these things go. So, Mito, good luck with your landing. We'll hang on for you and then we'll hop into replay mode for us and have a look at how that went. I think it wasn't too bad actually. We had a big speed runaway on our way in and then managed to correct it all rapidly before touching down. I was quite pleased about. I'll get a yoke cam going up in the future so we can see in a bit more. So you can see what what I'm doing with the Boeing yoke down here. Oh, is that a light? That's a light, I think. What's that? Aha! It is. It's a British Airways Concorde coming across. There he is. Visual. Which runway do you reckon he's shooting for? I reckon he's shooting for 3-1 right, I'd hope, because then he's got a nice quick taxi in. There he is, looming. You can just see the lights in the distance there. I only just about saw it. There, if you zoom in, there is a Concorde out there. Great stream, guys. Loved it. Thanks very much. Looking forward to today. Super 6 Bravo. Thanks very much. Yeah. Thanks very much for that. Yeah, pleasure having you. Thanks very much. I'll have to schedule the next stream for me. Yeah. Find when the date works. But yeah, should be a couple of weeks. So thanks very much. Where is he? Oh, there he is. Lost him. Coming down. Exploring the GVUI whilst we see him coming in. Just move it out of the way so you can see him. Oh, there we go. He's doing a slight turn. I think he's switching across there. So we've got all our checklists there. That's quite good. So we've got custom now. No, we can put them in the custom. Nice. I'll tell you what, I wonder if I close that. Right, there he is. He's coming in finals now. Here he goes. We're watching him come in. Has he picked up the glide? There he is, we see him coming in. In case you're wondering what that incredible amount of noise is, it's raining where I am. Unfortunately so, and that is what that is. Thanks very much to everyone for the great stream today. It's been a lot of fun, so thank you so much. I've got to work out how to put them into custom content. Here he goes. Here he goes, coming down. Here we go. Oh, lovely. Look at that. The speed is fantastic with this plane. Lowing over across the runway. There we go. He's coming down. Oh. He's down. That was a beautiful touchdown, mate. Lovely. It'll sink into the runway. That's unfortunate with the CSL models. But then once he levels out again, look, he'll be on the runway. Amazing. That was very nice. Welcome to Kennedy. Lovely. Very, very nice. Very, very nice indeed. Welcome along. Welcome to Kennedy then. I'm going to be wrapping it up there then, so thanks very much everybody. Oh no, hold on. Sorry, what am I doing? We wanted to have a quick look at the replay, didn't we? Goodness me, and then we've got to get some screenshots. Tell you what, we'll have a look at the replay as soon oh, he's coming in. Okay, he's coming in. Let's shoot over to our plane. We'll have a look at the replays, get some photos, and go. What's our fuel like? Oh, we've got plenty. Only because I left the engines running for the photo opportunity, or the replay opportunity in a bit. They do this funny power sliding, the CSL models, because they got their offset, and they have to follow the models around. It's quite amusing to watch, so I enjoy playing them. Thank you very much then to everyone who's joined us today. It's been good fun. We'll end with a couple of replays to finish up the big stream we've done. So thanks very much, everybody. I look forward to seeing you in another Xplane 12 or 11 stream. We'll be doing both in the near future. I think we'll play around with Concorde in this one for a little bit longer, just until the excitement passes over me. So thanks very much, everybody. And I hope to see you all again very soon. Thanks very much, everyone. Catch you all again. Bye-bye. Mito, I'm gonna disconnect, but I got a nice screenshot of you taxiing in there, so thanks very much. If I can somehow cover the fact that I've got all my stuff on there, that's nice. No crashes just yet. No, exactly. We're quite lucky. No crashes and no sim crashes. So, very good. Right. Thanks very much, everyone. Let's close down this. Get a couple more replays. Oh, I keep saying I'll go, but it's cool watching them come and stand. Nice. Let's get our replay mode going. Bam. We're off. Thanks very much. Right, let's get this replay showing going. Oh, that was a bit far. There we go. Right. Let's watch this from tower view. We've just watched this with Mito, and it was very nice. So shall we see how it looks in comparison to that? Here we go. Right. Oh, oh. That was where we had loads of power applied there. That was me trying to correct it because I thought it was getting a bit crazy. So we're just a bit high and a bit quick, look. We're really shifting at this point. Idle throttle there, up. Should we see how it touches down? Nay bad? Nay bad? Concorde normally has a little bit of a kiss of the ground. So that is... I'll take that. That was very good. That's not bad at all, actually. Absolutely lovely. Welcome. It was a long deceleration phase. Fantastic. Welcome then. Should we watch that from a passenger's point of view? See what it looks like from out their window. That little porthole that they have. It looks visibly quicker than like a normal airliner. Oh, we're down. God, that would be good fun in Concorde if you were in real reality. It's amazing how quickly it eats up the runway. Go out. There'll be a short up later about this, so don't worry. Thanks very much, everybody. That was really good fun. I enjoyed streaming it. So, thanks, guys. I'll catch you all in another stream another time soon. Bye-bye from me. Bye-bye.